Yep, okay. It's never gonna work. I just have to accept that. I just have to accept that my transition will never, ever be timed properly. Because it is actually timed properly when I'm not live, but apparently it is just too much for my whole entire PC to run a stinger. How dare they? How could they? This is just my reminder that my CPU is a little old and maybe is going to need replaced soon, which is been a constant reminder, actually. That's not news either. But hi! How are you? I'm Squiiji. I'm a freelance artist Fungi, art educator. I don't know why my hand tracking is not working presently. There it is. Hello. Nice to meet you. If we've not met before, if you've been here before, hello again. Happy Monday. To ya. Put it on throne. I feel strange putting my entire CPU on throne. I still need to pick out what I want. I was waiting. Did the new AMD CPUs come out? I think I was waiting until August because there's a new AMD CPU coming out that should reduce the price of some other CPUs because never in my life will I ever buy the newest, hottest, freshest computer part. I won't do it. They're too expensive. Too expensive. Too big on the monies. I am surviving just fine, but I do not have it in the budget to be replacing computer parts at full price. Are you crazy? I fear not many of us do have that kind of cash flow, unfortunately. But yeah, I do need to replace that. And once I do replace that, we can bring back Minecraft also. Because that's the reason why the Shroom State Minecraft server's been closed, is because I need to replace the CPU. It's like nearing the end of its lifetime because it's just old essentially, and I couldn't let my computer run for 8 hours a day when I wasn't home. Maybe not the smartest, but yeah, I'll deal with that. I'll keep an eye out to see when that does go up for when the AMD releases their new thing, and then I can let you know. Maybe I'll let you guys cover part of it. I'll give you like a goal that is like not the entire price of it. Smiles on throne. I'll permit maybe that much. But yeah, as everybody's saying, buy things to help EG get monies. That's true, that does help me get monies. Hey, do you want to jostle an EG or maybe gently, kindly hold an EG in your hand? You now have two options. Now you can torture me or make sure I don't drown. You can either be my supervisor and my observer while I'm playing in the pool, or you can torture me. Smiles. If you want a keychain, that is. There are shirts. There have been shirts. There are stickers. There have been stickers. There are magnets. There are several EG things. There will be even more EG things this fall also. Smiles. Keyg chain is so good. I'm glad you're enjoying it. You can jostle it along with me during stream to remind me that I should be focusing. Jostle your keychain. I like your model. Thanks! I made it myself. I just debuted it last week. I'm pretty happy with it. I don't want summer to ever end because I want to wear this forever. But yeah. And yes, as Edward has said, if you're a member on Patreon, you can see a sneak peek of new merch. I think also this week, Patreon people get to see... it might be a sneak peek of my next full-length video? Maybe? I can't remember. I schedule myself out like weeks in advance for Patreon, so I usually don't recall what the exact next one is, but I know that's in there. I know more stuff about partner anniversary in October is in there somewhere. There's more stuff about another outfit, which is pretty far down the line. There's other things. I'm always working on something. I finish one big project and it's on to the next one, and honestly, I'm usually multi-lane drifting 7 big projects all at once. Smiles. Predict EG Plush and Gary X Costco collab. Costco? What does my son have to do with Costco? He doesn't really eat pizza or hot dogs if we're thinking about their foods. I know they have like chocolate chunk cookies and whatever the chicken thingamabob is. Do they have a lot of concrete? Is that what the connection is? What is the connection with Costco and Gary? I don't think so. I would love to do a cool collab someday, however. I will say I do get a number of emails constantly, frequently. I get all these offers for sponsorships. And you might notice, EG, when was the last time you did a sponsorship? It's been a minute. Because all of the freaking sponsorship offers I receive are like, hi, hi, we're an application that AI generates 3D models. We love your content. Hi, this is a graphic design site that uses AI generation. Hi, this is I think actually I had a drawing program asked to sponsor me, but literally in their email they were like, yeah, it has AI coloring features in it. I was like, listen, I get it. People who are doing brand outreach are not usually that familiar with your brand, but like, what I wouldn't give to have somebody offer to sponsor me that is not involved in AI. Good God. Good God. Like, I appreciate that people think of me for things like that, but like, at the same time, I kind of don't. You think I'm that low in integrity that I would, essentially sell out myself? Like, why would I support a piece of technology that would replace me? That does the things that I do and enjoy doing? Question mark, question mark, question mark, question mark. I don't get it. Reach out to Clip Studio yourself. Low-key, I may solicit Clip Studio or maybe like XP Pen. I know XP Pen has done sponsorships with people before. So like, I may pester them and see. I wonder if there's anything else I use frequently enough that relates directly to me enough that would be willing to work with a funny little shroom. Don't know. Same game as NFTs. Yeah! Oh my gosh, I have received, like, because I have an ArtStation profile personally, not for Squiiji, but personally, where my personal work goes that has my name attached to it. And most of the contact I receive through that is NFT games. I didn't even know this was a genre of game, but I always am getting emails from them on my personal account that's like, hi, we like your style, do you want to come work for us? And make NFTs for our game about NFTs? And I'm like, no. No, not really. Thank you though. No thanks, I'll pass. Thanks though! Perish. Yeah, it's strange. Peculiar. And on one hand, it's cool that I am receiving offers for things. But on the other hand, I feel like those types of businesses, anyway, are having to sort of like scrape the bottom of the barrel to even find somebody willing to work with them, you know? And not saying I'm the bottom of the barrel. I think I'm at least on the side of the barrel, at least maybe like midway up the barrel, you know? But I think that may be it, yeah. Is there a popular screen printing company that could sponsor you? Speedball exists. I don't know if Speedball would sponsor me, but you know what? I could pester them. I'd probably have to do something screen printing on stream first to show them, hey, here's what I've done. Hey, people are interested in it. Give me cash money. Or give me supplies, or give me something, you know? Yeah, I don't know. Character critique? Yes, we are back, finally, for more critiques. Appreciate they're actually trying to hire human artists instead of just using AI. On one hand, that's fair, but on the other hand, I'm not working with NFTs or AI. I refuse to do both of those things. I have a lot of integrity as a person, I would say, and I can't do that. Just gonna say, I'd lose my mind if we get a screen printing stream. I have slowly been planning how to do one, because I'm making a mini screen that's like this big, that has a removable screen in it, so I can just take the screen out between layers. So that way I can just put the screen in, have my mini screen, do a one-hand little squeegee, and then pop that screen out, toss that in to be washed, stretch a new screen, put my other thing on, and then like do something on that. Or maybe we just do a one layer. I'm too extra. I'm used to doing 16-layer screen prints, so like, I don't think I could be content with just a one layer. We'll see. If I manage to build myself a setup, I feel like that would be fun and cool. And as I've said before, there's like nobody doing printmaking on Twitch. There is one guy. There is one guy who does printmaking on Twitch. And he's just a real man who lives in Japan. I could be the printmaking Vtuber. I guess, maybe. But also, as I've been yapping, I do have to thank people. Sanazum, welcome back for 13 months! Wahoo! I hope you've enjoyed your rotation! And Chokorama, welcome back for a whole year! Crazy! I hope you enjoy your new little shroom guy you get next to your name. And Jazzy Cat, welcome back for 8 months also! I hope you've enjoyed your rotation, and I hope you enjoy continuing to rotate. And now our rotation has a new style, or flavor even. Now we rotate with volleyball for the summertime. We've got a lot of volleyballs here this summer. We're being athletes. We're getting our exercise. I'm helping to make sure you guys are being healthy. That's the goal. Yeah, so summery. So summery. Although, you know what I should have done? I should have stuck my eyes on the volleyball so that it's still me. Extremely high quality volleyball. That's because it's a 3D render. I made a 3D model and then printed it, and that's why it looks like, or not printed it, I didn't print it. I rendered it. That's why it looks so fun and nice. It's the volleyball that's my stinger that kind of works. So now you get a better look at it. Look, it's got the patterns of my like little tied waist thingamabobby, and it also has just my colors in general, kind of, yes. For making on stream feels like it'd fit right into cozy ASMR crafter circles so well. I know, I feel like it's more cozy than relief carving is, but then again, I feel like relief carving would have better noises. We did not manage to capture the sounds of relief printmaking though, when I did it before. It wasn't loud enough. Screen printing doesn't make much noise, unless you count me putting the screen down and picking the screen up noise. I guess when you drag the squeegee, it does do a little bit of like a nylon against silicone noise of like a... But it's not that much. It's pretty quiet, I would say, all things considered. The only thing that was loud about screen printing is if you have a vacuum press for it, which I'm gonna cry in my heart because I miss my vacuum press. I miss the vacuum presses in grad school. I can't build myself one. That would take up too much space, but I miss it. This ball would look wonderful if it existed physically, right? When I was looking at references for volleyballs, you know what is an industry that needs some innovation? Volleyball design. There's a whole guy on TikTok who makes like fun and cool and interestingly designed soccer balls. I feel like volleyball design is a severely lacking field. There's not all that many like super interesting patterns for them. They all tend to be roughly the same shape with their panels, and the color patterns seem to be pretty consistent too. So like I feel like we could do more innovation there. I wonder if there's something in the regulation about like the panels have to be a certain size and there's something in the manufacturing, but yeah, I don't know. EG volleyball sponsor when. I don't think they'd sponsor me. I don't actually play volleyball. I'm a whole 5 blueberries tall. 3 blueberries tall even, maybe. I'm too short. This whole outfit is me compensating from the fact that I got rejected from a volleyball team tryout when I was 14 before I even started the tryout. This is my way of getting revenge. All of you who played volleyball in high school, enjoy your knee injuries and your elbow injuries. I'm doing great, and I can still be a volleyball player in some capacity. Ha ha! What can you do? Oh, it's my birthday. I want the 1K badge. Well, happy birthday, Maggie. Happy birthday. We can do a little sing of happy birthday too here in a second. We can do a little bit of singing. Oh, Dia, thank you for 100 bits also. Very kind. I appreciate the cash monies that are being thrown at me from just vaguely out in the ocean. I imagine the shroommates are just like sitting in little rowboats near me, just going, ah, here, here you go. They're throwing little tiny volleyballs at me too. Blink, 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 blink. But anyways, why don't we sing happy birthday? Are you ready, shroommates? I can cue you in. I'll conduct us as usual. You ready? A one, a two, a three. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to Maggie. Happy birthday to you. Wahoo! Another year older, another year smarter, stronger, more efficient, more effective, more powerful. I'm sure. That's how I am every year. Every year I make it around the sun, I'm definitely guaranteed to be all of those things, you know? Huh? Oh, Striker, what the heck? Striker, thank you for 10 gifted subs. What in the world? Very kind of you, thank you. Shroommates, can you rotate for a Striker, please? In the volleyballist of fashions. Thank you. If you got gifted a sub from Striker, please say thank you. Pretty please. Pretty please. Also, Edward, thank you for gifting a sub to Picto Shaman. Also very kind of you. Do a little bonus rotation, maybe also for Edward too, for the gifting. There are certain shroommates that I feel like or just frequently maintained a sub by the kindness of someone else. Is there anyone out there who has never actually like subbed on their own? Because I feel like that's definitely a possibility. Some of the shroommates are so kind that just by random luck, I imagine it's possible to just be kept subbed just by the kindness of other shroommates. Yeah, Bugs. Was it you, Bugs? Pluton had one or two? Okay, I see, yeah. That's funny. But Thank you, Shroommates, very kind. Were you wanting to reenact the scenario that I've depicted in my head of you guys in boats around me just throwing cash money at me? Guys, that's not safe. It's gonna get all wet. Money doesn't work well when it gets all wet. It's gonna get all soaking wet and it's littering. It's all sitting on the surface of the ocean. Hey! Oh, Amber, thanks for gifting us some to Bugs. What the heck? Rotate for Amber, please. And also Corey, thank you for gifting a sub in general. Please make sure you guys say thank you. Even more. More rotation. More rotation. Never enough rotation. Thank you. Very kind, Shroommates. What a way to start a Monday. Oh, Striker, thank you for gifting another sub. Thank you. So many volleyballs, I get flashbacks. Nilo, have you played volleyball? Is that why you're saying that? What in the world is happening? There was a resub too. Fern, welcome back. Congrats on the subs, everyone. Well, thank you, and thank you for joining us once more in the Shroom State. Thank you for your continued rotational abilities. Did you go to send a volleyball and then realize that, and then realize you were incapable, and then were like, wait, I can also do volleyball. I can also play volleyball. I can partake in sports for the low price of maybe one month, just one month of your time for volleyball, maybe. Edward, thank you for another gifted sub. Thank you for gifting a sub to Mad Buns. Very kind. Shroommates are getting rescued left and right now. Thank you. If you fell overboard out of the boat, don't worry. At least a couple of the Shroommates, maybe Edward and Striker and Corey, are reaching hands out overboard to grab you and pull you back onto the boat. Seeing balls makes me remember the sheer amount of times I've been hit in the head with a basketball. Ouch. Ouchie. Oof. Not good. I don't think I've ever been hit in the head with a ball, despite even playing lacrosse. And that's like throw balls at the head, the sport. I'm pretty good at catching though, so I think that was what mostly saved me, and I did catch a lot of them that were pretty close to my skull. But I managed to never take a head injury from a ball in lacrosse. From being shopping cart shoved, that's another story. But I'm pretty good at not having balls hit me in the face. Although, however, this is actually probably worse. I was reminiscing with my family on our vacation 2 weeks ago, and I was reminded of the fact that I played goalie in soccer as a little kid. I played soccer from the time I was in, I think, 3rd grade until I was in 6th grade. So maybe only 3 years? Although I swear I played longer than that. I was on 4 different teams, so maybe it was 2nd grade, really. I don't know what the math is on that, but I played 4 seasons worth of soccer as a kid, and I was a goalie for my final 2 seasons. You know, it's a really good idea. Make the shortest kid on the team the goalie. Good news is, when you're a child, kids don't really know how to kick the ball off the ground. So it's not like I had to, like, jump or dive or try and catch anything that was, like, above my reach, essentially. But I was reminded of a fateful day at the park. I was playing with Shroom Fungi Father, and my sister also, because my sister also played soccer. She played soccer for way longer than I did. Soccer was kind of her sport eventually. Oh. But we were playing at the park, and I'm practicing being goalie. My sister's shooting on goal against me, as are my parents. But I think my parents are mostly setting my sister up for shots, so she can practice shooting on goal. You know, doing real great. My sister is actually getting really upset because I'm doing too well as goalie. Eventually, my parents did have to let me know, like, hey, let your sister get like 1 or 2 in. I think I was a 5th grader preventing a 3rd grader from scoring, which is kind of unfair. But they were like, let her have 1 or 2, come on, please. But you know, I'm watching, paying attention, and I think it was finally Fungi Father who set up a shot and shot on goal. And I went for a dive, which was something I was still like practicing learning. A lot of when you're younger playing goalie, you're not really diving, but I was practicing a dive. And wouldn't you know it, I dive, and the next thing I know, it sounds like a gong went off. And I look up, and there's Fungi Father and Shroom Mom and my sister all looking down at me, and I'm like, hi, what's up? What's going on? What's poppin'? They were like, are you okay? I was not really in pain, I don't think, but I did go head first into that pole. My arms missed it, my forehead went right into it. Ouch! And I got a huge goose egg on my forehead. I think I've told some of that story, but not in as much depth. But yeah, huge old goose egg on my forehead. I got made fun of at school for it for like weeks because children are mean. And I also have a giant forehead, so I think they're making fun of me for having an even bigger forehead when that happened, too. Children are mean. But, yeah. That's the only thing I've collided my skull with in sports. I did not get hit by the ball, which I feel like is a more common thing, but I did hit the non-moving target. Hitting goalposts with your head sounds familiar. Yeah, I think I've mentioned it before. Yeah. Your summer model is super pretty? Thank you! I'm glad you guys like it. I was nervous about debuting this one for some reason, and I don't know why that was, so I'm really glad that everybody likes it so much. Oh, thank you guys for the hype train. I appreciate it. Level 5. Oh, I got some fire. Look at that. Bam. Hey, look, we can set the ocean on fire so I can match, because that's definitely a thing that's possible. Also, someone said earlier, oh yeah, there we go. How does this work? SpongeBob logic, for sure. But somebody said earlier something about tossing money in the water being how you clean it, and I couldn't help but think of, do you know the term money laundering? What did you guys think money laundering was before you knew what money laundering was? Because I definitely thought money laundering was like sticking a bunch of coins and dollar bills into your like washing machine. I was like, yeah, naturally, it's illegal. You can't harm US tender because it could possibly be damaged in the washing machine, question mark? Legally, only the state can wash your bills for you and your coins. That's what the coin stars are for. They're taking your coins back, giving you some cash money for them so they can wash them and return them. No. No, no, no. No. Illegal currency washing. No. Nope. Nope. Nope, nope. 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 Oh, I think that X-Tool device is a vacuum press, which I've never seen before.
When I was a tiny goalie, some older kid managed to hit the top bar, and an end goal to hit the back of my head. Impressive looking back at it.
You had a pinball event occur, a little bit of a ricochet, a little bit of a trick shot. They got you. They weren't aiming for the goal. They were aiming for you, actually, and they did succeed. No! I hope you weren't in too much pain from it. I was pretty okay with my goose egg. It wasn't too bad. I was all right. But, X-Tool. X-Tool is actually something that the studio I work in wanted to purchase, and I convinced them out of it because they have a bunch of AI nonsense in their slicer program. If they have a vacuum press on it, that's kind of cool, but I refuse to work with them on principle. Because what do you need an AI for? You're a slicing program. Your entire job is to just upload the image and put it on the thing. If somebody needs to generate an image in order to use something that is essentially a laser cutter, why do you have the laser cutter in the first place? Why did you buy it? What were you trying to use it for? Like, what? You really want to laser engrave AI imagery onto what? Wood? Metal? Question mark? What is the use case? I don't understand. They also had something that was supposed to, I think, turn an image into a 3D model also, so that you could etch it to the interior of glass. And I was like, sure. No. Not sure. So confused, AI there? I know, that's what I'm saying. Why? Why there? I don't get it. I don't understand why you'd do that. Why? AI generated printmaking sounds awful. This isn't even printmaking specifically. This is laser engraving. This is digital fabrication. Do you know what is a field that AI should stay well the hell out of? Digital fabrication. If I am making parts for something, if I'm doing high-speed prototyping, those are the worst places to have AI. You're gonna have functionality nightmares. You're gonna have undercutting issues. Like, none of that stuff could ever possibly be optimized for those use cases. So I just don't get it in any way, shape, or form at all. But yeah, as a result, I will not be working with X-Tool. I bet they have a vacuum in their thing as like a vacuum bed, so you can engrave onto maybe like fabrics or like leather more effectively, or paper, so that the paper doesn't move, or like cut those substances, because paper does have a potential to curl or do other funny things in a laser. So like, that is cool that they built that in. But at the same time, I will not be working with them. Nope. No thanks. I pass. Their main thing is to get craft moms to make stuff. My main thing is get craft moms to figure out how to use clip art or open source imagery. Maybe we should be teaching craft moms that. Maybe they could have like an Adobe stock, like, I don't know, web page for things instead? You know, maybe? I don't know. Peculiar. clearly I'm not the one running any of these, and they're doing fine without me running them, so what can you do? What can you do? Hi there, we have a system that is incapable of precision. Please use it for your work that requires the highest precision possible. Exactly, that's what my question about it has been. If you're trying to do something that's high precision, why would you cut your ankles off right at the start? Why would you pick a step 1 that ensures you have no precision? Why? I don't know, it's strange. The X tool, I know they're trying to get the craft moms to make stuff, but like one of their selling points is that you can use it to oxidize metal into different colors. You can use it to engrave metals. Like, that is industrial. It's a different type of laser than the other lasers we have in the studio, which is why they kind of want it. But like, I don't understand. I don't get it. I don't understand. Anyways, what I've been yapping this whole time. I've been distracted. I've been distracted. Yeah, the AI grift isn't inescapable. Days without EG complaining about AI, 0. And I complained about AI 2 separate times today. Yeah, only 30 minutes. I didn't even make it a full 30 minutes. I complained about it at the start of stream talking about sponsorships, and then I complained about it again now. I can't even survive 20 minutes without a complaint. I know I complained about it on Friday too, last week, so. So is the way the earth is. Let me complain less. I don't like complaining. Why don't we do productive things instead? Why don't we do things that are nice and fun and supportive and uplifting? Instead. Smiles. We agree. That's fair and good. And you know what? It is good to get my stance out there about it frequently so that no one ends up under the wrong impression about me. But yeah. Housekeeping? Yeah, we should do housekeeping. Hey, shroommates, what's going on in the house? I'm keeping good track of what's going on in the house. In the house, and by house I mean Shroom State, this week, if you would like to participate in our current extra credit activity, you have until Friday to continue working on it, and until next Friday to submit your design. So, currently our extra credit activity is participating in Art Fight. We are fighting each other. So if you go into the Discord server, into the extra credit area, there is a thread in that area where you can upload your like a link to your account on ArtFight, maybe your card, show up a couple of your characters. And then there's another thread in that forum that is the extra credit area for posting any art you've made attacking shroommates, attacking your fellow Shroom State members. And next Friday, we're going to do a showcase stream looking at all the lovely little things you guys made for each other. And all of that art eventually, inevitably, will go into my VR chat gallery. And that'll be a future show. So we have a show that's queuing up here to open somewhat soon. And that one will be up for 6 months. And then the Art Fight one will be open. So I think the scheduling right now for it is that shows turn over probably fall and... No, wait, yeah. Summer and winter. So February for birthday and probably like September-ish. Is that an even month spacing of months? It might not be. I haven't done the math on it, but something of that nature. So, if you haven't seen the current show that's in the Shroom State Art Gallery in VR chat, it's worth checking out. It'll be up probably through the end of August and maybe some of September. It may close end of September-ish, unless I decide to extend it until partner anniversary, which we will see. February and August would be 6 months. Okay, so maybe I should end it in... I'll end it at the end of August. End of August, maybe then. I already have the gallery set up for the next show, I just don't have a good time to debut it yet, so we'll do that soon-ish. But yeah, do art fight. Fight each other. Fight each other, please. I've broken my record for art fight attacks, and this Friday I will be doing 2 more attacks, which will take me to, I think, if my calculations are correct, something to the degree of, what, 3, 6, 9, 12, 15. I'll have 18 attacks for this year, which is crazy. That's actually double the number of attacks I had last year and every other previous year. I was very productive this year. I did a good job. But yeah, so that's housekeeping. What else do I have to say? We talked Patreon a little bit already. We talked merch a little bit already. Ooh, that actually might be it. That might be all of our housekeeping. And if that's the case, we can take roll now. Legally, I'm permitted to. You guys had a whole half an hour to roll into class if you wanted to. And by roll, I mean use your rotate emote into class. If you would like to participate in roll call, you can use the 1-point channel point redeem known as here on Twitch, or on YouTube you can just say hi or here or hello or something of that capacity. Do you want to tell people about the new merch? When I teleport into the other room, I'll show them the new merch. How about that? How about that? I'll show it. I'll show it. But let me do roll first here while I'm in this room, because one of my New Year's resolutions for this year was to stop leaving this room before doing roll, and I've done a terrible job of that so far. So let's try and get back on track if I can. So I see Edward and Angel Kitty and also and Friendly Guy and Nilo and Hodgepodge and Sanizum, Starless Mage, Apple, Crywool, ooh, Novelty, Chokorama, Victo Shaman, Diadasi, Mad Buns, Amber, Bugs, Corey, Bleak, Kit, and Tutazake, Jazzy, Aerith, Hoshi, Luanson, Yabari, Manzana. Hi! YouTube shipmates, I see Otters Hold Paws and Scorched Earth. And I know Ryuku's over there. I saw you. I know you're there. You can't run away from me. Also, lurkers, thank you for being here as always. Don't worry, I got you checked down. I appreciate it. Art by Sam, Vixen Enfield, I see you too also. Thanks. Oh, also, VOD watchers. Hi, I hope the future's doing swell. I hope you haven't missed out on, or been missing these critiques for too much, but it has almost been 3 weeks since we last did a VTuber design critique. Crazy. Or I guess it'd be 3 weeks as of today, because I didn't do one last week. I didn't do one the previous week. 3 weeks ago was the last time I did one. Wild. Good to be back into the swing of things. It's always a little crazy in the summer because of vacations, but Shrewmates, I'm done going on vacation. Now you get your regularly scheduled Squiiji back every day, same time, forever. At least until next summer, probably. Also, hi Fern. I will take a sip of my beverage, also thank you. Oh, there was one other thing I was going to say, and now I forgot it because I was thinking about vacation and not having done critiques in a while, and what was it? What was it? What was it? What was it? Oh no. If it comes to me, I'll bring it up, I guess, but yeah, I don't have it. I don't know what happened. It left my mind. Darn it! This happens to me all the time. But yeah, so we are doing VTuber design critiques today, and we are going to be critiquing the designs of mostly some like grayscale themed fellas. So can low saturation designs, or mostly grayscale / black and white designs, work in VTubing? We're going to see a variety of levels of effectiveness, and we will grade them as such and offer some opportunities for improvement to them. And funny enough, Friendly Guy did skip a line 2 weeks-ish ago, so we are going to start with their design. And they do almost kind of fit this. They do have some color, but the design is mostly, I guess, purple, but like in air quotes, black. It's a black that is a purple undertone. So you do kind of fit the theme one way or another. The other design theme that I almost picked for today was clowns, which you would have fit with even better. But we only had 4 other clowns, and I didn't have enough clowns. Cries. Where are all my clown VTubers? Please! Please submit your designs. I want to critique clowns, but I don't have enough yet. We'll keep an eye out for them. But yeah, let me teleport into... We're going to the classroom, but the classroom's flooded, so it'll be okay. Oh, it kind of worked that time. Crazy. It kind of actually worked. Oh wait, the flood isn't here. Where's my flood? Where's the water? Where's my water? Hit Disney game for the iPod Touch circa 2012. Where is it? Hello? I'm gonna have to scale it down if I find it. Where is it? Excuse me? It dried up? Shrewmates, did you drink the whole ocean? Did you take after Badlands Chugs and slurp up all of my water? Why? Why? Why would you do this to me? Are you that thirsty that you needed water that bad? If that's the case, then I really need to work on... Maybe I should install, like, hamster wheel for you guys. Not hamster wheel. Hamster water bottles for you guys? you guys need water that badly, don't drink my water. This is essentially like bath water or like ocean water. Neither of these are safe things to drink, I would say. Don't drink this water. Where is my thing? Hello? Where is it?
Parent,
Where's my water?
I've been doing
Hi.
nothing but chugging water in order to talk to you now. I forgot what I was going to say.
Oh, hi Gary, there it is, there's my water. It's doing something weird and sparkly on top of me right now, I'll fix it. It should be like right here. Yes, there we go. Let me fix it, because it's too big right now. Whoa, yeah, it's too big. This is what happens. The elements for the stream, too high quality. Actually, you know what? I wonder if this is why some of the other scenes are lagging out, is because the like water is just too big, too effective. It's too high quality. There, like that's probably almost fine. Wait, even smaller maybe. Nope, not that small. Bigger. Has to be at least that big. There we go. Now we're in the water. Water's just too crisp, too effective. Our water. There we go. That means the water's full of vitamins for drinking. Okay, if you have like one of those funny little like life straws or something like that to drink with, that's fine. That's fine. You could drink with that. That's okay. That's probably safe. However, otherwise, don't. Don't the ocean or the just regular random water. Do not, please. I'm begging. Do not. But anyways, look here. We have rubric. We haven't seen rubrics in a while. Oh wait, that's the other thing I was gonna discuss. Hey shroommates, can I see the rubric emotes? Can I see the rubrics cubes? This is our rubric that we use in order to be as unbiased and objective as possible when it comes to critiquing designs. And I finally updated the emote. Wahoo! Now it is colorful. It's finally rubric 2.0. I did actually update 2 other emotes, which was the other thing I was supposed to mention. EG High has been updated. I just gave it a clarity update so that the eyes read a little bit better, and I think some of the shading in the face reads better, and it has better blush, and also angry also works better. So yeah, the angry one is also better now. It also has a little better clarity. Yeah, look at that. The arms have fluid motion finally. What did I say to piss y'all off? Y'all are so mad at me. Hey. And I think, loading. The loading one, where it's the little, like, loading wheel on my forehead. I did also do a clarity update to that, too, I think. I'm gonna do a couple more updates to some emotes. Yeah, there we go. It's a little better now. I don't know if it's as good as it needs to be. I still feel like the clarity isn't great, but I can make it better. And yeah, the eyes are a little bit glassier. Yes. So I'm updating some of the other emotes too. I might update clapping next, because that's also just like a 2-frame animation, and I can do tweening now that I know how to do that. I've learned a lot about animation since I started VTubing, which is cool. But anyways, rubric for critiquing our designs, joined here by a Gajinka of the rubric. This one is designed by Ninja. This was a previous extra credit assignment we did, and look at her. She's got such a cool hairstyle. It's like a ruler going through her hair, and then she's got little cubes on it that match the colors of our categories. She's in a dimension of only rubric also, which is fun and cool and interesting. She's got the grid on her skirt as a nice little pattern too. She's so cute. I love her. Details for the design are so amazing. Really cool shapes. I know! I feel like the hair is so clever here. I really like the hair. Yeah, Rubric-chan! Yeah, this Rubric-chan has a whole background. Some of you guys are really out here doing the most. You didn't just design a character. You created a whole background and a scene for it too, which I appreciate. But, yeah! So. Let's go through the rubric. To get full points on my character design rubric, you need to achieve 2 points in each of 5 categories. Those categories are color palette, silhouette, complexity versus clarity, focal point, and concept and motifs. To get full points for color palette, the palette should be cohesive and interesting, contrast should work at a distance, and color should support the focal point as well. You will get no points for color palette if the palette has major instances of low contrast, clashing, or overwhelming choices, if I think the hues and values should be completely revisited. You will get full points for silhouette if the silhouette is unique and easily identifiable in and of itself. Think of Miku, think of Sonic. These are iconic characters in part because their silhouettes are so easy to recognize. You should want to do that with your VTubers design also. You'll get no points for silhouette if your silhouette is non-distinct, blob-like, or exhibits ladder design. 2 get full points for complexity versus clarity. The level of detail in the design should be appropriate to the medium you have chosen, whether that be 3D, 2D, PNG tubing, GIF tubing, something like that. Details should be specific and support both the concept and the focal point, and I should be able to turn you into a cute little marketable plushie without having to remove all the elements that make you uniquely and identifiably you. You will get no points for complexity versus clarity, on the other hand, if your design is distractingly too complex or too simple to the point of genericness. To get full points for focal point, the primary focal point of your design should be well executed. This is the face. This is the eyeballs, because the eyes are the window to the soul, and it is how a viewer will form a connection with you as the VTuber. So then they can visually explore the rest of the design after the face. You will get no points if the primary focal point is not at all focal due to low contrast, over-under detailing, or being completely outcompeted by other elements. And then finally, to get full points for concept and motifs, the concept should be creatively, clearly, and thoroughly explored and supported by motifs. Key conceptual aspects like your personality, your species if you're not human, your aesthetic choices, your hobbies, any interests you may have, your occupation, cultural references, fashion sense, things like this should be able to be identified just by looking at you for the most part. You will get no points for concept if your concept is visually unclear, underdeveloped, or non-existent. I also award up to 3 bonus points for VTuber design critiques. I can award 1 bonus point for a compelling, unique, or otherwise well-executed concept, 1 for a unique, exciting art style, and /or 1 for personal taste. If I just like it, I can put it on the fridge. Wahoo! I haven't read that in so long. I felt really weirdly rusty. Like, I'm usually pretty good at having this memorized, but I actually kind of had to read it today. Strange.
Mayday, mayday, major motherquake detected.
What?
Evacuate
Gary?
before being affected by suffocation. This is not a drill. Boots, wigs, and waists have already been snatched. Rubric translayering is simply too powerful for the human mind to comprehend. Yos is inevitable.
Are you saying that she is causing a motherquake? Very kind of you, Gary. A very strange sentence to put out in the world, nevertheless, but I'm glad you like her. That's kind of you to say, and yes, we can slay. Very colorful, unlike the VTubers today. That's true. VTubers today, not so colorful. We are probably going to talk about color palette the most today. Because for some of these designs, I think their more muted color palettes are effective. And for some of them, I think they would benefit from having more color undertones, or maybe just 1 supporting color in small bits. Or maybe even 2. Whoa, crazy. But only those colors showing up in maybe like 1% of the total area of the design. So it's nice and focal, you know? But yeah. Oh, Chris Daria, thank you for following. I appreciate it. She'd be an amazing VTuber. I know, some of the designs you guys have made just for miscellaneous critiques or miscellaneous assignments I've given would be great VTuber designs. Wonder how many times Wacom will appear today? You know? I think twice. I think only twice, actually. Because some of these designs don't have any color in them, or they don't have metal in them. We will be ready to alert the Wacom alarms. Wacom is black, white, a color, and metal, which is just the acronym we've given. We were driven to insanity by gacha games, because they really love those color palettes. And there's nothing inherently wrong with a color palette that's set up that way. It's just too safe, maybe. It's not the most interesting. We can be more innovative in our color palettes. But yeah, so, 2 more things before we finally actually for realsies begin. 1, bingo! That was the other thing I meant to do today and forgot. I was supposed to update the bingo. But if you want to play character design bingo with us during the stream, you are welcome to do so. Let me get myself a bingo card. Yes, I would like to leave Twitch to get my bingo card. Thank you very much. Bam. Cool, that works. And then let me get that for YouTube chat also. And bingo was his name. Yep. Can I pin the message? Thanks. No? Cannot pin the message. Oh, did pin the message anyway. No? Hello? What? happening? YouTube, pin the message. For the love of God, what are you doing? I like kept trying to click the button and it was like moving the whole window around, so I couldn't actually click the right thing. And I kept clicking the wrong thing or clicking outside of the window it popped up because it was moving the window. Rude and evil and unkind and mean. And finally, we haven't done any Gamba in a minute, and we should do more of that. we should get back to that. Let's see. What do we want to do here? Will EG get... How many critiques will EG do? Let's see. Do we have one of those here? Yeah, how many designs will we critique? 4, 5, 6, or 7, and you have the next 30 minutes to guess how many we'll manage today. Whoops, that's not how I do that. I have to do it in YouTube also, and it's still fighting me. YouTube's a little buggy right now. How weird. Normally I like insects. But not when they're getting in the way of my polls. There we go. Start that. Start that. Bam! Now we're ready. We're ready to go. Time to lose points to Gamba. Or maybe gain points from Gamba. Hey, don't say that, because if you speak that out into the world, you'll make it come true. You'll create a self-fulfilling prophecy type of situation. Say, I will win, I will be right. Because when you say those things, you are manifesting it. Manifest positivity and good things, that way they may come your way, as opposed to doubting yourself and doubting your ability to predict things. Anyways. EG of motivation. It will step off the podium. So we have our first design, which kind of isn't grayscale, but is mostly black, so like almost fits. But this is a skip the line design. This is from Friendly Guy, otherwise known as Ms. EP, who skipped the line a couple weeks ago. We've critiqued a version of this design before, but this is an updated design. This is a skip the line design. So, Ms. EP uses she/her pronouns and can be found at Ms. EP_official. A jester of dreams stuck in a dreamscape castle. The castle used to be populated with all kinds of life. All that remains now is me and the garden maze outside. Though I can't remember why. Clouds flow in and out of the open castle and its towering windows. Water flows through the castle freely as well, disobeying logic. Old technology will sometimes clip through the clouds or rise up from the water. Using these parts, I was able to connect with people online. I also wanted to share with you all, I went to download this file today, and it wouldn't let me. It would not let me. It was like, save this as an EP Round 2 file. I was like, what is an EP Round 2 file? It took me so long to get it to actually save it as something I could open, because all the tricks didn't work. I think it was doing that because there was this dot here, so I think it was reading this as being like the file extension, but there's a space in here. You can't have spaces in a file extension. Can you? I guess you can, but it had the space there, so I just got rid of that. I got rid of it, so this became the file name, but then it was still remembering the original file name, so it was still putting it at the end, so this is what I renamed it to. And then it was still putting that as a suffix for some reason. And then when I was just trying to replace this with PNG, I tried once and then forgot there was one there, and then I removed all of this and put one there, and it was still not working. And eventually I persevered, but congrats! EP, you have created your own fully new custom file format. What programs can open it? I do not know, but congrats, nevertheless. Evil, foolish machines. I think mostly evil, foolish Google folders. Google Drive, mostly. But yeah, congrats on breaking reality. I feel like that makes sense for you and your character. I did want to look back at your previous submission, because I can't remember what things I had told you to change about it. And I can't remember, well, not that I can't remember, it's more so that, I don't know what suggestions I might make here might overlap with past suggestions. So give me 1 second to see if I can find it. But in the meantime, Shroommates, ruminate, think about the design. We have seen it before, and I think when we saw it before, there were 2 versions, and we were kind of merging them a little bit, almost, to make one sort of like overall stronger design out of the best parts of the 2 of them, if I am at all remembering correctly. Give me a second while I scroll through 500 designs to try and find it, because I don't think I named it anything helpful. Unfortunately, when I saved it. Weenie. Yep, hang on, I'll find it. I promise, I swear. You have to believe me. By look of it, they've been merged. Yeah. Oh, come on, come on. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? If only these were named something useful, but the problem is, when I download them with whatever file name you guys used for it. So that way, if once I download it, I can go back and search for the design in the form to put the information on it using whatever file name you used. But then as a result, I don't always end up changing the name of the file to be something that is searchable in any capacity. Oh man, I might not find it. Dang it. We may just have to try and use our memory as best as we can. I just don't want to be redundant with things I'd said before that maybe were suggestions that you had not enjoyed, or maybe you didn't think were working for it, or something of that capacity. Good golly. Wow, I really have critiqued so many designs. Also, happy 90th day of VTuber design critiques. Today is our 90th stream for it, officially. I did go back and check and count and fix all my numbers. Today is officially 90. In 10 more weeks, we'll be on our 100th episode of this, which is wild. I can't believe I've been streaming long enough for that to be possible in the first place. Let alone just that we've done it in general. Oh, come on. I'll give up on this in maybe 4 or 5 more seconds, but I was determined to find it, and now I don't think I will. Oh, come on, come on, come on. I know you want to show up. I know you want to appear. I know it. Come on. I'm speaking to you through the great beyond and the void. Only the letter L, though. I wonder if your thing did have a letter S on it. Or M. Let's see. I've hit the M range. Is it here? If I don't find it in the M's, then I will give up. For now. Wait! Wait! I'm critiquing a second resubmission today, too! I've just found a resubmission? I didn't even remember that we critiqued this design. We're critiquing the resubmission of this. Also today. Which, is it edited? It's on the thumbnail. Huh. We'll check and see how different it is from the first submission. Or from the, yeah, we'll check and see, but that would be very interesting. Okay, I did not find it, I failed. Okay, never mind. We'll just go with what we have here. Hooray, I remember that one too. Yeah! This one, I have the updated one for it too. I wonder how different they are. Black and white, here it is. Is this at all different? Was this changed at all? I actually don't think it was it? Oh, the eyes seem different, although that might have been my edit. I'm playing a game of Spot the Difference. I think all the differences are things that I edited. Uh-oh. I may have to change the thumbnail. I don't think this design has been changed since I made my previous critiques. So I may actually not be critiquing this one. Interesting. Thank goodness we found that, or I'd just be doing something that's just a complete repeat of something else. Whoops. Overlay them, computer enhance. I think they're exactly the same. I think that all of the edits were things that I had changed. Anyways, just slap a 9 on it again and call it a day. I mean, it's still a 9. So I guess we did see it, and so it does count for the thumbnail, but what the heck? Still a 9. I wonder if they hadn't seen my original critique of it and then resubmitted later. Interesting, because that was much higher in the numbers than I remember it originally being. That was a very early submission. And then when I went back to label it today, it was in the 500s? 400s? 500s? Something like that. Anyways, Ms. Eepy, let me stop doing side quests. So you are a Jester of Dreams, and I think we did combine 2 of your outfits before. I think I had suggested you bring this element over from your other version that you had, and we were just talking generally about certain things. So first off, I think I had complimented this before, but I do like the variety of material you're using, as well as texture. So you've got these nice sort of tulle-like stringy bits under the skirt. Those are fun. They add some translucency, which helps your silhouette. You've got them on your sleeves as well. Subtle pattern work in the dress makes it visually interesting as well. It feels a little bit like Victorian Gothic as a result of this sort of like ornate floral pattern, which is interesting because I feel like that's not a pattern I would inherently associate with something that is clown-like. But it is interesting still that it's there. You've got your ruffle collar, and that sort of shape language is repeating on your hat. And then you have your tool that repeats in here. You've got pom-poms as a repeating motif on your shoes, on the dangly bits here, and on one of your earrings and your hat. And then you've got these alternating color sleeves and alternating color leggings, and then you've got real drippy looking boots too. I see. Like you said, floral. Is it not floral? Oh, they're not completely floral. They look floral. I think this was one of the suggestions I had made. Not actually floral. You have me change it. I think I made a cool new pattern. You did! That's great that it reads as floral from a distance because I think it's reading positively and ornately. But yeah, at a closer look, they're eyeballs maybe, or berries. I feel like I want those to be larger so that I can tell what they are a little bit better from a distance because I guess when you're in like VTuber view, they may be a little bit clearer, but I still feel like you would benefit from making them maybe like this size, or maybe even bigger than that. And then you could also make them less intense too. They don't have to be so high contrast. Or maybe if they're on here, you have them set up in such a way that like they're a somewhat like reflective type of thread that's been embroidered, so that way like little bits of it are much brighter than others where they're catching the light, but then when they're going around the side of something, they almost fall back to being the exact same color as the clothing is. Because I feel like they're just a little bit intense right now from a distance. This feels very high contrast to me right now, which is not bad. But I feel like a slightly more pastel approach may work well for like the dreamscape type of aesthetic. I'm a little bit more familiar with dream core types of aesthetics now than I was before when we were doing these critiques. Ooh, in May, I think, was when this was. But yeah, a little bigger so we can appreciate your cool, interesting little patterns. Maybe not quite so extreme in the contrast area, though. Do the eyes count as heterochromia? Heterochromia specifically refers to being differently colored. That's why chromia is a part of the word. But your eyes are not exactly the same. This is a fun little uncanny moment where your eye has two irises and pupils. That's interesting and unsettling. I can see that you're doing something with your makeup too that is sort of like a top of one eye, bottom of the other eye thing. I can't read that very clearly from a distance, and I feel like if we exaggerate it more and then also give it like a stronger like contrast to it, that will help. One of my recent favorite things to do for eye makeup specifically is to add a little bit of like a white outline around it. Oh, hello! We've been raided! Hi! Hey, shroommates, can you rotate for the raiders, please? While my hand tracking doesn't work with me. Hi! Hi, Kamui! I'm Squiiji. My freelance artist, Fungi. I'm also an art educator. I'm also a volleyball player right now, too. Welcome in! We're doing VTuber design critiques today. We're looking at a design by Ms. Eepy, who is a clown. We're providing some feedback for improvement. Wahoo! Also, Mods, thank you for getting the shout out so quick. Let me see, what were you up to today? You may have been playing Baldur's Gate or Backrooms or maybe Deep Rock Galactic, one of these options. I hope you had fun with it. I hope you enjoyed. Toucan Tylenol, thank you for following. I appreciate it. And also, let me see, did I say hi to the raiders who came in? Hi, Kamui! Hi, Toucan! Welcome! Baldur's Gate? Nice! That is a game that I have always wanted to play, but I've just not found the time for it. And I'm sure you can understand how many hours is that game? A lot. It's a lot of hours. It's big hours. Big, large amount of hours. I'm sure you can imagine how it might be tough sometimes. But I have lived vicariously through many, and it does seem incredibly fun. So I hope you had a very good time with it. If you and your fellas need to do some sort of post-stream care in some capacity, like eat or drink or snork me, go for it. Please take care of yourselves, first and foremost. If you want to stick around, hang out, and participate in our critiques that we're making here today, you are welcome to do so. But please look after your health, first and foremost, please, I'm begging you. Yeah, 100 plus hours depending on playstyle. Oh my god. That's long. I think the only game I've ever reached those types of play hours on, like legitimately, not because I forgot the game was on and I left it on or something, but legitimately was probably like Stardew Valley. That's crazy. I understand this is my second playthrough. Didn't finish the first playthrough. Okay. Man, that's some dedication, but I hope you're having fun with it on your second go around. Love it, but it's a time sink. I have over 300 hours? Wow! I think I have over 300 hours in Uma Musume. I think only maybe 200 of those hours are legitimate because I also have like left it open overnight. That's my biggest thing affecting my what should I call it? My playtime in most games is being goofy and forgetting that I have it open. Oopsie whoopsie. 2,000 hours in Minecraft! Okay, actually, I probably have a couple hundred hours in Minecraft. Although mine will also be uncalculatable because I've left our server open for so many hours. Huh. I wonder if I've actually hit 1,000 hours in anything in particular. I don't know. Warframe owes me around 1,200. Whoa! You know what? I should ask Jubby what their most played game is, because I bet Jubby has at least one thing, if not a couple things, that are over 1,000 hours. Jubby's my partner, and Jubby is much more the gamer than I am. I mostly watch other people play games. But anyways, as I was saying with this, do you see how I'm allowing the eyelashes to stick out by providing a little bit of like a white trim around them? You could use like one of your light purple colors if you don't want to use white for it, and that won't be as high contrast-y, and it just feels more like graphic, like makeup essentially. But that should help your asymmetry in your eye makeup to stand out just a little more clearly. Every day for almost 6 years, probably over 1,000 hours in Genshin. Oh god. 1,000 hours is just the norm for a game you play somewhat often? I don't believe you. I can't believe you. I don't believe you. I played Uma Musume almost every day from when it released last year all the way until like February. Maybe I didn't play for very long, like I'd play for a couple minutes every day, but like I'm still not even at 300 hours for it. What do you mean? Live service stuff's pretty high hours. I guess that's because they've been out for a long time. Hours I have in Genshin, what starts over 2,000? I have one game that's close, I think. That's wild. So am I. Apparently you can contact Hoyo support to get the exact number, but I'm scared to find out. I don't blame you for the fear you have in your heart about finding out. Yeah. Does having two peoples give them extra depth perception, or does it deny it? And you look at everything in 2D. Yeah, I don't know. I wonder how that would work. Like, I wonder if... It's still one eye, though, so I imagine your ocular nerve is still singular. So maybe it's just providing better sharpness of detail, because you have two pupils that are acting as two separate, like... What do you call them? Like, shutters, essentially. Don't know. Yeah, I don't know what the physics is on that. We should ask someone. I'm sure someone knows. But yeah, okay. Better clarity for your eyes. And honestly, if we did that, you could probably go crazier with your dark makeup that's sort of like dripping around your face even more. Under this eye, especially. Oh, and you made them sort of like going in opposite directions. You could make that more extreme, because it seems like this one's coming from like up higher on the face and this one's going down lower on the face. You could exaggerate that a little bit further if that was the intent there. I'm not using the same texture you are, just because that would take me too long to try and figure out a matching texture, but we could make it more extreme. Yeah. Oh, I accidentally drew over this. Oops, hang on. There we go. To make it more intense. Woo! Intensity! It's a real thing called polychoria, apparently. The images overlap. Oh! Oh no! That sounds difficult to parse. I imagine that's a little bit of a headache. Oh boy. Okay, so clarity elements in the face. I think that has helped. For your hair, just for like a little silhouette thing, and just for a little bit of an asymmetry thing, maybe. Are you willing to give yourself just like a little bit of like... Whoops, I've done it symmetrically. Little bits that like stick out off the edge of your head just a little bit. Almost like you have like a couple hairs that are a little bit longer. it's good for a little texture, a little flavor. But then we can cut back on just how almost completely asymmetrical you are. I know that you're probably going for like unnerving symmetry as opposed to like calm symmetry, but that just feels a little bit more natural so that you don't feel so stiff, perhaps, you know? Worse, not better. Would it be better if you had a whole separate third eye? It is for the hair to be slicked back, but that's hard to keep up with the flooded, within a flooded place. Oh, if it's slicked back, if that's the case, I would almost suggest then that we can see some of the like ridges of like pieces of hair that are kind of like wrapping around the back of the head and are like lifted up a little bit. I thought this was a like crew cut essentially, but if like we could see that there's like little bits of hair that are wrapping around the head, that might make it easier to tell that it's a slicked back hairstyle and provide some clarity for that. Even if you just have like a couple little lines that like come in like that from the top of things, that'll help. It's not helping a ton in silhouette right now. I will say that your hair color being so dark just puts it maybe a little bit too close to your line art color. So you might want to pick a slightly lighter color to use as the base for your hair. What's happening? Oh, your eyebrows are just entirely lighter. Oh, I was having a color confusion moment, but like if you have just like, whoops, a brighter color for the top of your hair, especially where there'd be like highlights and stuff like that, maybe it doesn't be that bright. But then that would provide an area for you to have like, oh, some darker shadows in some places here. And then we can tell what the shape of the hair is overall, and then it's going behind that, and then you can tell that like this is a drop shadow, but maybe you have like some of that highlight in the front and things like that. Color theory eludes me. You're okay, you're doing fine. Don't worry about it. Just make sure, because I think this was a critique I'd given you before, make sure you're just giving yourself enough space to have a greater variety of values. So like you tend to pick a flat color for something that's pretty close to black sometimes. So make sure you're picking ones that are a little bit further away so you can use that color you've picked maybe as your shading tone instead. But do you see how that's adding some nice depth to your hair? And I feel like that's helping you to understand the hair is pushed back, slicked back. You could even have an even brighter value for highlights on top of this too. Like here and here and maybe like there and maybe like here and maybe here and there. Because this still feels like very dark hair, but now I can tell what it's doing. One of the other things is that often eyebrows end up being darker than like hair is. So if you wanted to go for a spot black for your eyebrows, I feel like that would be fine. Although maybe they do stand out a little bit better against your makeup over the one eye if they're not black. I'm not sure that changed a ton. Let me just try making it the lighter color instead. What if only one is light? I'm not sure. That was the idea. Ah, okay. I see. Okay, so clarity around the head. We can make sense of what the hairstyle is a little bit more now. Oh, next. I think one of the things that I don't know if I've talked about a lot on stream that is relevant here is that sometimes when you construct clothing, it's possible to make a decision that doesn't feel like the way we would realistically construct something. And as a result, it can make the object feel somewhat awkward. So to me, the design of the boots feels a little bit like that. Like I'm not sure that I'm sold on the way that these drips are working. And then similarly, the sleeves, I'm not sure I'm sold on the way that they're working either. Like, a lot of times we have to think about, you know, why would we place a fabric in this place? Why would it be shaped like that? What is this referencing? And having long sleeves under a dress like this isn't uncommon, but I feel like this style is something I haven't seen before, where they're so, like, tight to the skin. And I can't help but wonder if there's something else we could do with those that's slightly different. Similarly, the boots. The boots feel like they are stylistically different from the other elements. This is clown meets Victorian Gothic. These boots feel oddly modern a little bit to me. compared to everything else. This all feels like it could be placed somewhere in history. These don't feel as historic. They feel more modern and like drip core. Making the sleeves sheer gloves might work. Maybe. So I want to see if there's some way I can make these jive more with the rest of it. But hang on, I'm going to do an easier move first, which is that I think for your silhouette, it might be more interesting if you provide a little bit of a lip here. Because realistically, this fabric wouldn't be coming out from under this unless it's under the bell of the skirt. These little bits are extending out past the edge. These wouldn't be attaching to anything properly. They're probably attaching to this seam line. So if we tuck them in just a little bit, now we're getting more contrast a little bit in the silhouette too, which I think is just strengthening it a little bit. Got some platform galoshes. Yeah. Last time I redo the boots, I thought those would work better. Ah, okay. I think that the other reason why they feel like they don't align with the rest of the design is because you're using some motifs that we don't see elsewhere. You have these like somewhat drippy, tattered bits of fabric under the sleeves and under the bottom of the dress, but you don't have anything else that's handled like this in the design. If you did, I feel like we may be more willing to accept the boots, but you don't right now. The shoulders aren't matches the boots. To be fair, a little bit of modern meets the old. That's fair. I'm saying that I think in order to make these make sense, we just need to repeat this somewhere else in the design. So that way, it's connecting this lower area to the upper area maybe a little bit more. I guess this does match your eye makeup a little bit as well, but this particular shape language, I feel like I need in the upper body somewhere more too. The skirt gives more jellyfish than drip. I guess what I've done to it is causing it to feel that way a little bit more maybe, but jellyfish are still associated with the ocean, which is still water related enough maybe. And if we were going for something that's meant to look like water dripping, water tends to drip in a way that is like this as opposed to like that. So we would change probably the whole shape of it for that. Make the hat have teeth like the shoes. Hat is chewing on the head. The shoes I don't know if actually have teeth. I feel like the shoes just have like a dripping pattern on them, but maybe switching these to reading like teeth might be another interesting like subtle uncanny element you could add that would match with your eyeballs that are, or your eye that is, I forget what you guys called it, the multiple pupils, the eyes that are in here, and then maybe you do get the teeth somewhere else too. Try to look at the drip pattern more. Okay, I see. So maybe there's somewhere else we could put it in here. Oh, there's a couple other like just like little things for flow I was going to do too. So is this here? Yeah. I feel like the shape of this should in some way relate to the center of the body. So that way we can imagine that these are maybe connected or something as elements. So like I might just like push this to a more extreme angle so that these are aligned then. Because that to me feels like it makes a little bit more sense as a garment. If you flared out the sheer sleeves, you could mimic the drips in the shape. That's true. I do think these might benefit from being flared because right now they're almost forming a tangent with the arm, so I can't see them as easily. And, you know, sometimes we can say, physics? Ah, don't need that. If this is a really light fabric anyway, it may not be something that has enough weight to sit flat or to hang that flat either. So that benefits the silhouette as well. And it also makes it clear that that's happening in that region too. I'm trying to think of where I might put some drips like this that wouldn't become overwhelming in the design. And I'm wondering if like some of these things might benefit from that, where if you have like the like, not a ton of it, but just like a little bit of it in some of these areas. So that more of your clothing feels like it's falling apart a little bit, and maybe these don't need to be as detailed. Maybe, hang on, let me push that back. And maybe just there's like fewer of them. I feel like it would fit the style maybe a little bit better. I feel like for a jester, jesters tend to be not super covered in tiny details. They have a lot of medium details maybe. bigger, so then it could be replicated by like this or something. Like, I feel like that's helping to unite it maybe a little bit. I love how much I end up tilting my head when I look to the side accidentally. Okay. I think that's helping. I feel like something about the scale of these pom-poms isn't quite right to me. I feel like I almost need them to be more exaggerated. And maybe they need to have a more varied outer shape. You've gone very realistic with the outer shape of them, but they could feel fluffier if they had just a little bit more modulation to the edges of them. And I think they just need to be a little bit bigger. Like that, I feel like is making a little bit more sense to me. So I can just copy paste these to where I want them. There we go. And then put this one here. And then put it also there maybe. There we go. Yeah, and embiggen everything always. This is kind of the EG way. Oh wait, and then the ones on the shoes could also be bigger as well to match. More exaggeration. More. And then even if you push the pom-poms a little bit out off the edge of the toe so that they end up impacting the silhouette just a little bit, that will help too. That's another good reason for exaggerating it a little bit. Put this one down here too. There we go, that's good. Yeah, okay, I think we're getting somewhere here now. I think we're cooking. The shoes themselves could be bigger. I could agree with that. That might be a stylistic choice though. If you're going for realistic proportions, that may not be necessary. But you know, clowns and jesters are often known for having bigger shoes, so we could go for slightly bigger shoes. And I'll move the pom-pom to match it in a second, but like, I'm not gonna go too overboard crazy with embiggening shoes. Even though that is something I often want to do. Hang on. I always do a really good job making one shoe bigger, and then I don't do a good job making the other one bigger. Hang on. Sorry. This one, a little janky. Is this where the pom-poms are? Oh, this pom-pom I didn't merge down. Put you there. Oh, where's that edit I made? Oh god, I have so many layers right now. Well, I don't know if I'll be fixing that. Where are my things I've done? Oh, there we go. Found it. Zevos, thank you for following. I appreciate it. I think that helped a lot. I think it is helping you to feel more grounded. What are you doing? I have that selected, jerk. There we go. Embiggen that. Oh, and then there's also more pom-poms here too. I know that you've added a sweeping gradient, but maybe exclude these lower pom-poms down here from the sweeping gradient, so that way we can see them a little bit more clearly. Or invert them again. Because you have blue against blue and pink against pink. Oh, but if we invert them, then they're against that too. This is the problem with inverting colors back and forth, is that now they're like sort of bordering each other a little bit, but that's not too bad, I don't think. Love your design critique videos? Well, thank you. I'm glad you enjoy them. Thank you for stopping by also. And for following too. Okay. Pom-poms, a little more exaggeration. Nice. Could make the attachment of the pom-pom earring be a drip of metal from the ear onto the pom-pom. That could be interesting. If the earrings were shaped like... Well, what if this earring was just entirely, like, weird little, like, tattery, dripped bits? Hello? Eraser, please. Because that other earring, I'm not sure, is really adding anything in particular with the way that it's handled right now. But could be a little drippier, maybe. Is there a relevant link to apply my character design for critique, even if it might take a while to be seen? Yeah, if you do ! critique in the chat, it'll bring up the form you can submit to. It does take a hot second, but I do get to all of them eventually. Inevitably. And I can say that with confidence because we have looked at... How many have we looked at? We've talked about it before. Like 500 or something? Something like that? Almost 500 maybe? Designs on stream? It's been a lot. Yeah, there you go. Thank you, of course. I'm glad I can help you out with it. Drip jewelry and live suggestions. Ah, Ruku has a suggestion for me. Let's see. Oh! Ruku, this is actually such a funny image. This is in my Pinterest board for EG. This was the inspiration for my default designs earring. I just took it and faced it forward because I realized on my design you couldn't see it when it was facing sideways like that. But this is one of my references for me, which is fun and silly. Whoa. It is suddenly pouring rain. Woo. Is there a queue list? No, I don't maintain a queue list. A lot of people end up submitting with their real names, and as a result of that, I'm trying to keep y'all safe by not making that something people can see publicly. Because I don't want that for you. And I know it's an accident a lot of the time, but like, I don't remember anything. I'm not going to read your name and know who you are. It doesn't matter to me. I don't care, frankly. But other people may not be so kind as I am. But yeah, more exaggeration I think is good. Sometimes these types of collars look a little bit better if you give them one of these like loops more clearly on like the final side that just like sticks out a little bit more. Because they can feel kind of like oppressive if they don't have that rounded edge to them. I wonder if just repeating this onto the wrists would sell me on the sleeve thing that's happening more. Let me grab this. Well, actually, I don't actually hate it being that exaggerated, but maybe it doesn't have to be. Like, taller, maybe. A bit like that. And transform, flip horizontal. Because now these feel a little bit more in line with something I think I have seen before in this style. And I think it's integrating the sleeves in an effective way. Very Elizabethan, much wow. Oh, is it Elizabethan? I was saying Victorian. I know that Edwardian, Elizabethan, and Victorian tend to be used sort of interchangeably, and unfortunately my fashion expertise is not of those eras, so you are welcome to let me know if I'm goofing it up. But yeah, those I feel like are somewhat of an improvement. I feel like those are adding something nice. Oh, I have so many things on one layer. What happened? That's okay. Okay, many things on one layer. Shoes, I think, are working maybe a little better now. Pattern work is pretty decent. Silhouette, as it was almost no notes at all. So, should I have kept the ruffles on the sleeves? Oh, were they there before? Did you remove them? I may have told you to remove them, and now I'm telling you to put them back. And in that case, EG. Yes, yeah, I think it needed them. Whoops. I may have said before that it felt like too much with the design, but without them, it doesn't look right. You didn't tell me tell me to remove them though. Oh, okay. Something feels like it's missing without them, so I do think the design is benefiting from having them. And other than that, I think the only other thing that I would suggest to you to add to this is more construction lines. A lot of this feels like it's not like very specific, but only because I feel like I'm not getting a strong understanding of how these materials are working. So like, if I could see that there's a seam line here where these are attached to that thing, if we can see, a lot of the times like older dresses will have like a dart that goes like up the front here to make allowance for extra fabric here while cinching the waist. If we can see that there's like an upper edge to this so that it has like thickness to it in some way. I think for this one, at this point, it's all in the details. Where like, you know, a lot of times these coats will have a trim edge to them. And I'm not saying you need to make the trim look especially fancy or anything. But if I can just see that there's something going on about the construction of it, that adds something to it. Do you see how that almost feels more complete already just by adding those little details? And sometimes it's like, all right, well, maybe there's different panels in here too. So like you get like a dashed seam line that runs down into this because we need those in order to construct it more effectively or something like that. Just a little bit of detail. We're not adding more elements, we're just fleshing out the elements that are already here a little bit more. I'm trying to think if there's anywhere else I would do that either, because I don't know if you need it in too many places. I think maybe just there. those felt kind of flat compared to other areas because you've got these nice patterns activating the rest of the dress. I think that's working a little better. Honestly, I think that is the bulk of what I have to say. There's maybe a little bit of clarity trouble happening where your sleeves are, but that's, again, a rendering thing maybe. Grab like this. And I'm going to put it under these sleeves just a little bit. And then I'll blur it. I didn't pick the nicest color. But maybe those little bits that are hanging over the sleeves could be adding just a little bit more clarity there. You could probably do the same thing for the legs. But yeah, otherwise, I think that is the bulk of what I have to say to you here. Let me check the rubrics. I haven't done anything on it yet. So, first, color palette. Mostly just your hair and face. Just make sure there's enough clarity between your values. Make sure that you aren't picking a value that's too dark to shade on top of, or that if you're picking dark values, you add a lighter value on top of it to add clarity and add a little bit of rendering. So I'll put you like here as a result. I don't mind your color palette. I think it works fine. Something slightly more pastel might make more sense for dreams, but I think I was previously somewhat surprised by how saturated a lot of dreamcore things can be, perhaps. One of the things that may just be an interesting suggestion in general is that a lot of the dreamcore things that I see have like a JPEG noise over them. So that's something that you can add just at the end maybe. Do I have that? Filter, do I have a noise filter? Blur, correction, distort, effect, noise. Can I generate just noise? Oh, I'd have to do it onto the image itself afterwards, but some JPEG noise over top could be interesting. Some slight, like, chromatic aberration in your lines could be interesting, and those will help to make you feel a little bit hazy, a little hard to place, things like that. Experimenting with that kind of texture, I'll keep looking into it. Yeah, I think both of those things would be nice for sort of fitting you into the genre that you were intending to be a part of a little bit more clearly, you know? So, that goes there. Silhouette, you were a little bit symmetrical. I think you benefit from just a little bit more asymmetry, which I think we said before. I think making some of these elements that are drips in the upper body asymmetrical helps. These pom-poms were doing a good job of adding some asymmetry. You could exaggerate the asymmetry in your face, just a little more in your makeup. And just subtle asymmetry in the hair helps too. I imagine these aren't perfectly symmetrical either, and as long as you keep them that way, that'll probably be good. Otherwise, I think the symmetry feels just like uncanny enough that it makes sense for what you're aiming for conceptually. For complexity versus clarity, I think the level of detail was fine, but I think some of your details need to be larger, namely pom-poms and the pattern work on your dress. Honestly, the pom-poms up here could be bigger too. I like your funny little tiny hat. I like how small it is compared to everything else. I feel like the obvious EG answer would be make hat bigger and big and everything exaggerate. But sometimes making something really little is also a form of exaggeration, and I love how little it is. I mean this in the kindest way, but this is a very, like, I don't want to say pathetic feeling clown, but this is a clown that feels sad and mopey, like they're going through it, and the hat fits perfectly with that. I'm saying that with love in my heart. That is exactly what I want for this clown to look like. It's so cute and little. So yeah, complexity versus clarity I think was fine, just a little more exaggeration in a couple of places. Focal point. I think your face works pretty well as a focal point. The fact that it is the brightest value in the whole design is doing a lot for it. Your design is mostly like 50% gray or darker, so having one area that is brighter than that works pretty well for focal point. And then for concept and motifs, I think the last little things that'll really hit home the dreams and the dreamscape castle part of your concept is going to be some of those like post-processing effects, the chromatic aberration around the edges. There's an effect in Vignon, I wonder if they have this in VTube Studio, where, let me turn it on, let me see, can I find it? I used to have it just on all the time for my model, but there's like a whole area of effects. Where is it? Color grading? Is it ambient occlusion? Intensity. Oh, not ambient occlusion. That's not what I want. I want chromatic aberration. Sorry. Was I saying the wrong thing? Yeah, look at me. Look how chromatically aberrating I am. Whoa. Not this extreme for sure. And I think I'd be less extreme, yeah, in the center, because I think it's doing it from the center out. But like, you may have an effect just built into whatever program you're in that would add that sort of like edge to it. Oh, we've got grain. I could give colored grain, and you could have more of it than what I have right now. Grain size bigger? I actually can't tell this is doing anything. Is this doing anything? I don't think it is. I don't think that grain works. Analog glitch? Scanline jitter. Whoa! Ooh, now I'm feeling strange around the edges. Shroommates! Ah! Oh no, I don't feel so well. There's a lot of fun little things. Digital glitch maybe would be... Nope, I used that actually already. Don't need that. Binary just converts me to 2 colors. Lens distortion? What does that do? I can't tell it's doing anything. Yeah, that's actually what that is. That glitch that you're seeing right now is that thing I just turned on. ED when they hit the funny bone, yeah. But you could use functions like that in post. You don't even have to build them into your model directly. If you want the flexibility to have clean screenshots that don't include that, you could just have it occur from something else. I don't need chromatic aberration. Chromatic aberration's crazy though. EG has been trapped inside the kaleidoscope for so long! Help! Let me out! Turn that off, I don't need that. Yeah. But play around with that in your program of choice. I know Live 2D has some filters. I don't know if it has the same ones I have because I'm Vneon, but could be worthwhile. But I think it still needs something like that to fully sell me on the concept, because I think that particularly Dreamcore is heavily reliant on textures and color grading. So you could have this as your model, but maybe only in color grading later do you then push yourself more into the pastels and more into that sort of like desaturated sepia range just a little bit. Can even do things like that right in OBS with the user shader plugin. Yeah, that's true too. So I think that should be your realm for investigation. Maybe this is fine as the model and the model art. Maybe you add a lot of those things in post. Perhaps. But your grade here is 3, 4, 5, 6.5, 7 out of 10. I don't recall what your score was before, but I would hope that this is higher because I think this is a stronger design than what you had previously. Visually, to me, at least. I think this is stronger. I think you're definitely moving in the right direction with it, and I'm proud of you for sticking with it. Oh, I remember, wasn't it that somebody had told you that like some version like this of the design wasn't quite right, and then people were talking a little smack on it? I hope that the power of spite has fueled you. I think this is turning out super sick. I'm proud of you for sticking with it. Shroommates, can we get a round of applause, please? For Ms. EP. Thank you for sticking with it. Thank you for resubmitting. And thank you for hanging out. And Shroommates for providing good feedback for the design. Wahoo. Also, Cheesy Cookie, thank you for following. I appreciate it. Who? I think I don't remember who it was that was saying that. Not people in chat, not the Shroommates. It was that I think somebody had told Ms. EP that, and we were trying to restore confidence that this is sick and you should stick with it. Because you should. Because that's true and you should. Let me open up our critiques for today, because I for some reason didn't have them open. So there's one. We're not going to critique Mikura's design again. We're going to go like this and say, well, you're still a 9. We're going to find Mikura and say, hey, you resubmitted without changing anything. And I was misled. There we go. 9 stays. I think I said add color undertones, exaggerate some more edges, and that was it. That was the grade I gave before. We have this design from Cookie Bean that is on the thumbnail. We have Sam Witch, which by name I thought was going to have to do with sandwiches, and I was maybe a little bit sad that it didn't have to do with that, but that's okay. That has nothing to do with the design. Oh, good news! I have one design I can use to fill in. And then we have this one, and I'll have to grab details if we get to the final one, because I do have Another one in the folder. Wahoo! Yay! So, okay. On to the next one we go. Oh, wait. Oh, wait. Hang on. Wait. Finally raiding again. We're gonna need a bigger boat. Hi, Vin! Can the plumies swim? Don't worry, I've got like inner tubes at the ready. We've got like fun little like boat rafts that they can hang out on if they get tired from flying. I hope they've been taking their swimming lessons, but hi! Welcome in, plumies! Shroomate, can you rotate for the raiders, please? I'm Squiiji, I'm a freelance artist Fungi. I'm also an art educator, and yes, I didn't stream for like a whole week and a day, and I didn't stream last Monday either. But I'm back, and I am cooler than ever. Because I'm in the water and I'm cooling off and it's keeping me feeling nice and refreshed. I'm also more teal than ever. I'm usually pretty warm colored. This is new blue EG. But hi, how are you? How are you guys? What were you guys up to, Vil? What were you doing? Finally raiding again. Oh, I didn't even read it right for the pun. Thank you for puns. Mo EG fire hairstyle? Thanks. I think a shark or maybe a shroomate nibbled off half my hair. But you know what? It's kind of slay. Don't you think so? It's a little asymmetrical. Cool, right? Handcam building a book nook. Oh, that's fun. Is it one that you'd started before, or were you continuing something, or was it something brand new you'd started? Man, I've been meaning to do a crafting stream again, and I haven't gotten to one. I was telling the Shroommates that I'm trying to figure out how to do a screen printing stream at some point, but I also want to make Shrinky Dinks at some point on stream too. I'm buying Shrinky Dink material tonight after stream because something like possessed me deep in my heart that made me want to shrink plastic in my toaster oven. Which is a very normal urge that shrooms feel.
Parent,
you know?
I must admit ... that part of your hair tasted really great with garlic.
I might have to ground you, Gary. I don't know if we can stand for that. I don't know if we can permit that. It was you? You know what? I won't ground you because it's kind of slay, but like, how could you? How'd you like it if I ate your hair? Maybe I should eat your hair next, Gary. See how that feels. Make side cuts cool again. I don't know how I feel about side cuts in IRL. I feel like they are hit or miss sometimes for coolness factor. But I feel like in VTuber models and in anime, they're really cool. I really like a nice side cut in VTuber models and in anime. Or character design in general, you know? Building a magic library one book at a time. Making mini books. Oh, that's cute! Does the kit have the books in it, or are you making like little like custom books? Because either way, that's cute. But I think I've seen people do that where they'll like make like funny little names for all the little books, or like the books are like their personal favorites or something like that. It has it? Ah, an all-inclusive kit. That'd be a lot of work if not. But I hope you're having fun with it. I hope you enjoyed. Bill, if you need to do things like eat or drink or snork me, you're welcome to do that. If you want to show us your progress on it, you can also do that too. You know how it goes. Art tax. If you want. You can show us your progress, you can show us something else if you want. You know the drill. You usually know the drill. You know how it works. Fitting tax evasion today because I need to head off. That's okay. That's alright. It's okay. Bill has been a very upstanding Shroom State citizen and has always paid taxes, so if you need to take one day to not pay, it's okay. Don't worry. But if you need to go eat, drink, snark, me, plumies, please take care of yourselves. If you want to stick around and hang out and help us critique some designs, you are always welcome to do so. But look after yourselves first and foremost. I'll pay double next time. You better. I'll hold you to it. I'll remember. I definitely won't forget. I'll make you. Thanks for the offer. Take care, everyone. Bye. We will be adding it to your tab. That's true. E.g., the water overlay is slightly off when it moves to the right and shows the edge. Thank you, Amber, for telling me. Thank you. Thank you. W mods moment. Oh, you know what? That's my fault. I knew it did that, but I didn't scale it properly. Haha, whoops. There we go. It doesn't do that in my other scenes, but now I fixed it. Thank you. So, back at it again. It's been like that for the last couple days. No, it hasn't. I know it's correct in the other scenes, particularly because I checked. The reason it's wrong in this scene is because I only just added it, though. It definitely isn't doing that. I know the top bar, though. The YouTube chat is doing a little bit of funniness, and I don't know how to make it stop. Do you see how it's, like, running off the edge on the one side? It's doing a little too much. It's doing a little too much, but I don't know how to make it stop doing that, so we'll just ignore it. It's legible enough. It's okay. I'm not going to worry about it too much. But this is Kai Shindere, or Shindir. I don't know how we would potentially pronounce that, but she uses she/her pronouns and can be found at Kai Shindere, or Shindir. She is a dead girl / ghost with a dash of emo in the design. I originally had her sorted into my cat folder. I thought she was a cat because there's a lot of things that would work really well if she was a cat. You've got these perfect little like ear-like curly cues of hair. I love this. This is such a specific hair silhouette moment here. Then the way these little bits of hair curled into your face made me also think about like whiskers or something. Or you could repose your little hair clips to be whiskers. I feel like you would benefit from being a cat. I feel like you should almost be a cat. Like, what if we added a motif? Because I think one of my main critiques for this design is that it feels maybe just like ever so slightly generic, unfortunately. But I know cats are a very common motif, and there is a very famous cat ghost out there that does exist. But their ghost thing doesn't look like that. Now suddenly this is a more specific ghost that you have here. Maybe even we do like a little bit of negative space playing and we give this thing like a collar or something, so that this suddenly is becoming almost like a graphic design t-shirt for like a band or a mascot or something. Maybe then you have like a bell or something too that's being worn here on your collar. I'm just doing almost like logo design right now. And like maybe you have like little spots on the collar, and then we can see like inside of the bell there too. Yeah, combining different motifs. How can we merge cat and punk aesthetics in an interesting way? Catification. Furthermore, if you are a ghost or a dead girl, this is my favorite thing that I've been making everyone do recently. Asymmetrical wear and tear on your clothing. And then if you have little bits of like thread along this like wibbly wobbly edge that you have on your clothes, thread and yarn and things like that can feel very cat-like as well. And then maybe like these bits like sort of break the edge down there too a little bit or something. Or maybe if we're going crazy, now this might be a little crazy, but like, you know, if you have one, whoops, I don't like the placement of that, hang on. Don't put long things dead center on the body. It tends to look a little strange. But you could even say, okay, maybe this one's like super unraveled. Maybe you have like a yarn ball that is made out of your clothing from it unraveling. And then we've got a big asymmetrical moment here too, right? Punk can be very close to rock aesthetic, so a band t-shirt would be cool. Yeah, like maybe this guy is the mascot for some sort of band, and then we get a little bit of like death metal text on here or something. So that makes your shirt feel nice and specific for you. Yeah. Indie channeling the spirit of that old Weezer song? What Weezer song? What? Here's Wonderwall? What did I say? What did I say? I don't know what I said that caused this. But yeah, something unraveling. Maybe it's a sleeve, maybe it's the bottom of the shirt. That way we can have some sort of yarn element on the one leg. Your face already feels cat-like enough, but just like, I feel like you have to almost be a cat intentionally. Your pupil isn't vertical, but your highlights are vertical. So like you could have a vertical pupil situation if we just like made it longer. So I think your pupil is actually outlined. So then that would make you feel even more cat-like. She's emo, she needs some eyeshadow. You know what? Eyeshadow would not be a bad thing. There is some, but more wouldn't be bad. Just a little more. We're not gonna go crazy with it, but more around here, a little more under here, perhaps. I could maybe go a little darker with it. Yeah, darker. And having darker makeup around your eyes can also help you to feel a little bit more unwell, mayhaps, since you are a dead girl. And I imagine a dead girl is not a very well-feeling girl, you know? You want to destroy my sweater? Hold this thread as I walk away. Oh, I don't know that song, but that is, I guess, what I've done here. Embrace Weezer is my critique for your design. But there we go. Decay the sweater. More specificity in the design on your shirt, maybe, so that it's more designed for you. Don't know my glasses. Is she not wearing pants? She is wearing pants. They're just the exact same color as her shirt is. So the shorts may want to be a different color or have a different value undertone to them. All of her clothing right now have a very subtle purple undertone, which is good. It helps to activate these black values, but maybe we need more of that purple in the shorts so we can see where they are. I'm gonna do something really extreme and I will turn it down. Please bear with me. Don't freak out yet. I'll let you know when you're legally allowed to freak out. Whoop. Now freak out. So now we can tell their shorts maybe a little bit better. I will count take Weezer's, e.g. suggest fashion research. You know, sure. Sure, why not? Sure. You can have it. Bear with me. Oh, did I say it? I'm sure I did. I don't really pay much attention, but I probably did. In all likelihood. I tend to do that. I did add some drop shadows. You reminded me that bingo exists. We did talk about asymmetry. I did just use a color layer. There was slightly aquatic theming in the last one. Ooh, we did have a one-sentence concept explanation here. These hair clips actually match. They're not mismatched. The previous design had a very unique iris. And we did glue up the last design a little bit. You know what? I might actually get bingo today. Peculiar. Interesting. I don't know if I count this as animal ears, though. It doesn't seem like it's actually animal ears, but I've made it animal ears. What the heck is happening in Twitch chat? Yeah, why is everyone screaming? Why, are you guys okay? What's happening? Mass hysteria? Ah! Nyla, you have really shown how easy it is to make everyone just yell. You told us to? I told you I would tell you when you can freak out, and you don't need to. You're supposed to freak out? Oh, I did. You're right, I did. Okay, that's fine. Go ahead, freak out. Go ahead, okay, get it out of your system. It's fine. Freak out if you have to. If you need to scream, get out of your system. I do understand that, though, because Joby and I will be in the car sometimes, and even if I haven't had the worst day ever, I will just be like, okay, and roll down the window and just yell out the window at the top of my lungs. Like, I always make sure I'm not somewhere that's, like, super residential. We'll do it, like, on a highway. But it does do wonders for the psyche. I highly recommend it. Right now, I'm trying to add just a little bit more clarity to the hair, because I was having a little bit of a hard time understanding what the front of the hair was versus the back of the hair, and little bits between the hair, and some bits that are in front of or behind each other. So, like, this area back here, I think, could be separated off. I think the center part of your hair could be shaped a little bit more clearly. I think I could see some separation between certain locks of hair, maybe a little bit more clearly. And it doesn't need to be that extreme, maybe, but just like a little more. Add depth. Don't do that if you're the driver. Yeah, maybe not do it if you're a driver. I can't suggest sticking your head out the window when you're driving. I don't know if I'd recommend that. But if you're the passenger, if you're a passenger, maybe stick your head out the window and scream every once in a while. It does wonders for mental health. There we go. Just a little more value in the hair. That's helping. We've added a big asymmetrical moment, so I'm not as worried about symmetry anymore, but classic usual EG suggestion. Don't make your hair mirrored. It can make you feel rather stiff. Up here, it's fine because it feels like cat ears, but down here, what if we had a piece that goes up over here and then down there instead? And then your hair is more subtly asymmetrical. And it feels messier as a result, too. Instructions unclear. Hit Sanism. Please don't do that. The instructions did not include anything about hitting other people with cars. They said nothing about cars and hitting people and driving them. It's only about screaming. Instructions unclear. I'm scream driving now. No, Shroommates, I've lost you. Jingle, 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 Shroommates, come back. Come back! We're designing a ghost. Don't turn into a ghost because you rammed your car into someone trying to stick your head out the window while screaming. You are not a dog. You are not meant to have your head out the window. And we are critiquing design. How dare you blink at me? Did I screw up? Did I frog blink? What is going on here? You guys are unfocused for a Monday. Time to be helpful. Yes, roommates. What if you helped me? Wouldn't that be crazy? What if you helped me? Green. You've got a little bit of green around your face. I can't help but want for a little more of that. That's not green. I lied. Hang on. There we go. That's green. Just a little bit of green somewhere else. Maybe it has to do something with the way that this text is being handled on the shirt or something. There's like a little bit of like outline on it or something that's green. So that way the only place there's green isn't just right there. We do want a 1% green. We only want a little teeny tiny itty bitty bit of green, but we might just want it somewhere else in the design also. So like if it's just in the shirt a little bit, that might be good. If maybe you have an accent nail. Do people still do accent nails when you get your nails done? Or was that like very much a 2010s thing? Needs more of the dead for the dead girl. That's true. You do have some prominent scars and bandages on your legs, but I feel like we could do with more of that in the upper body. Also, big asymmetrical moment that I'm a big fan of recently, and you can see it on me right now. Adding tear to the middle of things. So like, if you cut out a little bit of your shirt here, and then make it so that we can see like your sleeve through it almost, that might be kind of nice too. I'm gonna make it. There we go. We need a stripe in there. I'm not doing the greatest job. And then maybe we've got like pieces where you can see like they're going on top of it essentially. Damage. And that should help with the undead girl part essentially also. Those are sewn up. Maybe, since we can see some stitches on your body, maybe we could see some stitches on your clothes as if that's how your clothing has been repaired and put back together, maybe. There, cut that out too. I feel like we should have some sort of hint in the design about how she died. That was going to be my next point. I imagine it may have to do with the neck or the thigh, because we do have some bandages in those regions, but what was the particular injury? Is it like an arterial situation? Was it moiter? Was it disease? Pick a way to have perished, and I think that will benefit you if we can have a hint towards what that may have been. Yeah. EJ, quick question. How would you recommend coming up with a solid design that really represents you? What I suggest for trying to come up with a design that represents you is picking something that relates to something you care about, and not just something that you care about right now. So like, for me, I made a list of all of the things that I think are my defining traits as a person. That would include printmaking, because that's what I went to grad school for, teaching, because that's kind of what I've been doing as my employment for the longest while. I picked mushrooms because I've been obsessed with mushrooms since I was in, I guess, high school, something like that. But I've just picked things that have been like long-standing parts of who I am as a person and parts of the things that people sort of associate me with. So if you have things that are a part of who you are, or like maybe you have games that were foundational to becoming the person you are today, like I would pick for me probably like a Chrono Trigger and or like a Mario, Paper Mario, or Wind Waker, or something like that. You can draw influence from them and their styles and character designs, but just pull from things that are near and dear to your heart. If you are picking to design the basis of yourself on something that's popular, that may not be the best way of doing it. I feel like that is often why people end up feeling disconnected from their design. Or, you know, give yourself the freedom to change what you do. Like, as much as I'm a teacher, I created a design that includes a specific enough hairstyle and, like, face that I can put anything I want on and you'll still know it's me. So, like, if I'm not feeling particularly mushroom teacher-y, I can be a witch or a skier or a volleyball player now. And that flexibility was very beneficial. It keeps me from ever wanting to redesign myself. I just get new outfits, essentially. That's my suggestion to you. Picked a honeypot ant because I'm trans and think ants are cool. And picked supervillain because I'm evil. Amber, I don't think you're evil. But sure. But yeah, that's what I would suggest to do. Make a list of the things that are near and dear to your heart. Or, rather, you could also ask your friends what things they associate with you. Sometimes we are not good at observing ourselves objectively, and you need an outside source to do it. There's a lot of habits I've had that I was unfamiliar with having until Jubby or someone else pointed them out to me, and I'm like, ow. But also, you know what also will make clear to you what habits you have are? Streaming. When you have people who show up day in and day out and see the repetition of the phrases you say, the things you're interested in and care about, that also can help too. Yeah. Yeah, pick Butterfly Demon because I love demon horns and find butterflies really interesting. That's true. You can also just pick design elements that you like. You can also just pick things you like. I like big sunglasses. That was a thing that came from Vash the Stampede, among others, but I like big sunglasses. I put them in all my designs. I also often try and put them in other people's designs. But yeah, those can help too. Specific game style you like, flower, movie, color, special interests. Yeah, any of those things. But I think that hopefully sufficiently answers the question that you had there. I do have to get back to this one though. We were talking about trying to find a way to more clearly represent how she died. You've got some damage, you've been sewn back together. What happened though? Actually, we don't know what happened, so I don't know how to suggest something particular, but if you died of illness, maybe you could have a sicklier tone to your skin. If you died from murder, maybe the murder weapon is still with you. Maybe it's sticking out of your leg or your neck or something. You do have the bandages around your throat, which makes me feel like that may be where you took damage, and maybe we just need some indicator that these bandages are not clean in this area. Ooh, wrong layer, hang on. It's like if we could see a little bit of like grunge if you had your throat slit or something. That might help just a little bit. Wrong layer Kronk? Yeah. Yeah. Died of cat scratch fever? Wait, that would be kind of funny. That could be funny. How do you get cat scratch fever? How is that transmitted? Is it from a cat scratch? Or is that just the name given to a different fever that's like a funny little common name it got? Because that would be funny. You could have cat scratches on you, maybe. These almost end up looking like cat scratches a little bit. Bacteria on a cat's nails. Multiple cat scratches that go untreated. Maybe that would be interesting. Maybe even if you yourself aren't a cat, if we can see that there's like bits where you've been clawed or something. Maybe you've got them on like your hands or something where you've been like real injured. You could have them on your face or something too, maybe. Crush it, yeah. Then like that might point us in the direction of how you died a little bit more clearly too. I'm thinking about like maybe we have some that like stick out of the bandage down here a little bit, almost like you haven't managed to cover the whole injury all the way or something like that. Oh, it's toxoplasmosis. That's what cat scratch fever is. Literal cat scratches and bites. They're clean little creatures, but also nasty. Oh, give me like some cat bite marks or something, maybe too. What do cat bites look like? They've got really big fangs, and then they just have like little teeth. And then they have more fangs and little tiny teeth. Yeah, Oshi was a cat, got too intense about Oshi. Oshi scratched him up. Oh, naming their cat Oshi would also be kind of funny. This is my favorite little guy. But yeah. Could have some things that relate to that type of injury, if that is why you died. But otherwise, maybe come up with a reason to have died and add those things into the design. Your dash of emo. I feel like we can do something more with the dash of emo. Right now, I would say that your design is very easy to digest and also very friendly to an artist, which is nice. We don't want to remove that. But with designs like this, I can't help but feel like there may be some way we could jazz it up. I've opened my Pinterest now. I wonder if the dash of emo is how they died. That would be unfortunate if that was how they died. I went to a concert and I moshed too hard. One over the eye bang fringe. Could do that. That'd be kind of edgy emo. I'm trying to figure out something for the clothing though. I was looking for a particular folder of mine. I don't think Elevated Basics is gonna have anything particularly helpful for this because that ends up being stuff that isn't very emo-y. I have a goth folder. I don't know if I just have like a general like alt/punk folder. Do I? Let's see. Halloween, cyber, dogs, Y2K, punk. Let me see. Punk might have something useful in it. Oh, sharp metallic bits. Sharp metallic bits. You don't have much of that going on. I wonder if a nice like studded collar or something else. Ooh, that might relate to cats also somewhat effectively well. Studded collar. I don't want to give you fishnets because that's pretty common. I don't want to overdo it with belts. You already have some belts on that are down here. But maybe your belts could be more specific. Like here's one belt. Maybe you have a second belt on one side for like more bonus asymmetry. This is a multiply layer. Sorry, hang on. Wrong lever, Kronk. There. Like maybe you have two on one side and not the other. Oh, but now I've covered up my one scratch on the leg. I guess that's fine. What could I transform these into to make them more punk-like? Like maybe you have like studs or something on them that runs down them in some capacity. I've seen some interesting jewelry that's meant to look like barbed wire, which might be fun. Plaid sometimes I think is a texture I've seen. Something like that, maybe. Something perhaps, maybe. Can lose limbs within 24 hours? What? If you get bit by a cat and it pierces the skin / draws blood, go to the doctor as soon as possible. Doctor's office actually said it's the one internet search for what they do. Whoa, I didn't know that. I don't think I've ever been bitten by a cat. But that's pretty crazy. Okay, yeah, be careful, shroommates out there. Don't get bitten by a cat. Or if you do something about it promptly. Quickly. Immediately with speed. Good God. Don't get gotten by cats. I don't want to add boots. I don't want to add a jacket. But layering is often our friend when it comes to these types of things. You've already sort of ended up with that. Maybe you should steal a limb? Could steal a limb. That is always an interesting thing to put in a design. Maybe you have one hand that's missing. Something I know that real amputees do is if they are missing a limb on one side, they often tie their sleeve up on the other side if they don't cut it. Because that helps to make it so that the sleeve isn't like as much in the way, essentially. So like that could be something that makes sense and adds a big asymmetrical moment there. Maybe you lost your arm at the elbow and not at the wrist or something. So that it's tied out of the way and doesn't flop all over the place. Maybe, yeah, I don't know. You're saying that because you want it on bingo, but that's not actually a bad idea if what we're going for is toxoplasmosis death, maybe. But yeah, tying the sleeve would be a good asymmetrical moment, maybe. Yeah. It's doing something weird a little bit in silhouette right now, but I think that's a clever idea. Let me see what we haven't talked about on the rubric yet. Color palette. I did already sort of commend this design for having some undertones in the black areas, and a little bit of green does help it to not feel too black, white, a color, a metal-y for me, because honestly there wasn't even any metal in this yet. It's just a pop of green, a smidge of green, and the fact that there's a color undertone to the black, which is slightly purple, saves everything for me. There's also a warmer purple here and a cooler purple here a little bit, which is also working pretty well. I just think you need to distribute your green just maybe a little bit more. Just a tad, just a small bit more. Just a little teeny tiny bit more. It's more if the cat does a full puncture wound that reaches past the skin into muscle. Surface level bites and scratches tend to be okay. Ah, see, that's fine. If it's just the surface, if it's not full puncture, that could be okay. Silhouette. I think you need something more for your silhouette. Your hair is great. I love the messiness. Make it more asymmetrical, because then it'll feel even messier. But then you just need some other asymmetrical moment, I think. Something that makes your clothing feel more specific and adds just more to the silhouette. I don't think you were particularly recognizable before. It's not bad, but we can expand upon it more. Next, complexity versus clarity. You had a decent amount of detail, but I think we could flesh out the details you did have a little more to make you feel more specific. So fleshing out the imagery on your shirt, adding something that is just detail coming from the fabric or construction would be nice. More details that relate to how you dyed could be good. Just give me a little more. You're feeling just a tad generic. I might actually have to put it here. But we can push it to feel less generic, just by modifying the way the clothing is worn, if nothing else. For focal point, I would say your face is relatively focal. Your sleeves end up a little bit distracting just because they have so much contrast to them. So you may benefit from making them just a little darker. This is gonna make them purple, which is not maybe what I want to do, but they're just a little bit too contrasty, maybe. Doing this makes your head stand out a little bit better because your nice dark shirt and dark hair then end up framing your face, which works. I think my design of your shirt pattern has also become a little bit distracting, but you would just need to scale it down. I think its scale is the reason why it's distracting. Just a little smaller. So I'll put focal point like here. It's almost there. You've got a lot of things working in the right direction. Concept and motifs. I think you need another layer. Dead girl / ghost / emo, fine. Give me cat. Give me maybe a different animal if you prefer a different animal. Give me something else. Often the most interesting designs come from the fact that you have a layered concept because those layers allow us to find opportunities for overlap that can create unique moments, and you would benefit from just a couple little more unique moments perhaps. So give me something more in the concept department. It feels like you're almost onto something. Just give me a little more, please. Please. But what is this a grade? I think this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and then bonus point because I put your design on the fridge. It's in the thumbnail. So that is 7 out of 10, I believe. Right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yep, math. Wahoo! Can we get a round of applause for Kai, please? Wahoo! Thank you for submitting, and thank you, Shroomates, for all the positive and helpful feedback. If only I could use two hands to clap. There we go. I can clap my hands with no hands. None. I don't need any hands. I only need one. You got this. You got this. You got this. Nope. It just looks like I'm playing patty cake the whole time. There we go. So we'll save that. Bam. Next. Cookie Bween. We're gonna read this, and then I'm gonna take a bite of my snack, and then I'm gonna drink some water, and then we will sally forth continue. Oh, Dandelion Boy, thank you for following. I appreciate it. But here we have Cookie Bween. She/they can be found at Cookie Bween. She's my persona, so her basic lore is just that she is created via dark magic, birthed from the shadows. Her head is held by the dark magic. She's been living in liminal space, hence the ghostly all-white dress that looks a teeny bit like a wedding dress. She found it in one of the liminal spaces that looked like an abandoned mall. Interesting. I love your ominous monolith in the background. That's fun. I also feel like there has to be some level of influence coming from Sylveon here. Something about the ribbon bits having the pink and blue on them feels very Sylveon-esque to me. I was about to say, yeah, I feel like something like that is probably occurring. But we will discuss it. Let me get a snack. Let me eat. Brownie takes a long time to chew. That's unfortunate. Also, notable active P pose for bingoers. Do I have that on my bingo? Oh my gosh, I might. I don't. Is this demon concept? No, dark magic isn't inherently demon. Dang it. EG may not have bingo today. Hard to break. Love liminal space. I'm from liminal space, just a different place. Yeah, this almost feels like a Windows background type of liminal space to me. The outdoor ones, where it's just rolling fields and skies forever, with nothing else. I'm so looking straight at the bows, just the bows. Really interesting. Not the void of a head that is really high contrast. Interesting. Contrast between the white frilly dress with big bows and the cryptic scary face or lack of. Yeah, it does feel very stark. I think it's effective in reading as something inhuman, shadowy. It's unexpected. I hope that when you speak, you have like a light void inside of your mouth too, maybe. I feel like that would benefit you to also have. So, I want more brownie. I was I actually want more brownie. I want to eat the rest of the brownie. Because it's been sitting here for 2 hours and taunting me. Sure, I swear to God. I also looked at the dress first. Really? Interesting. I looked at the head first because it's unique compared to the other elements. Face doesn't become focal for me because the dark brown hair blends too much with it. Huh. I think that's intentional. I think that's intending to make the whole head feel like a shadow. And we're just adding brown to the edges where it's becoming like a little bit more human. The white is so bright and has outlines, but the face feels like a shadow that's behind everything else. Ah, so if we had just like a little bit more of a white outline in a couple places around the face, does that help? Is that making the face more focal? I do think we'll tone the white down a little bit, but is that helping? Because now we've got a little bit of depth in the head too. I think it helped a bit. Okay, eat more brownie and then we continue. Brownie break. Hair on the face should be brown as well, but then I feel like it wouldn't read as clearly as being a shadow if that was the case. I kind of like the low contrast element that's happening there. Maybe we could have a little brown gradient in the bangs so we can see them on top of the head just a little bit more. But like, I want it to feel like the hair should feel like it's a part of the head. It's a part of that shadow. So I think that's what the intention is. And there has to be some way to make that intention work without removing it, I would imagine. Hi! You've got an interesting name. Welcome in, though. I don't know what you're doing to Vtubers, but please keep that away from me. You should think of Moretta masks. What is a Moretta mask? Would try it just to test it. I can do that. Let me see. Moretta masks. Whoops. I don't want to use this browser page. Hang on. New tab. It wouldn't be me if I didn't have like 10,000 tabs open at all times. More uncanny if the head and hair is different, but I understand it's interesting together. Oh, you know what? I do actually know what these are. I didn't realize that's what it was called. These masks. You've seen these before. They're an art. They're an art historical element. It's just a very dark mask that was worn. Very stylish. I believe it is Venetian? If I remember correctly? Like 17th century? Something like that? Can the live 2D flicker a bit to make them ethereal at moments if you blink you miss it? That might be good. I've not seen these before? Yeah, these are something, I think these are Venetian, right? Moretta mask, historic oval-shaped black velvet face covering. Yeah, Venice, okay, I haven't totally flunked out of my art history. I forgot that's what they were called. But yeah, that's interesting as an overlap. There, hang on, close that for now. Interesting. I could maybe gradate some brown into the bangs a little bit more. Let me do that with just like a selection, perhaps. Shocked Newbie, thank you for following, though. I appreciate it. So I imagine the bangs are kind of like there, and oh my god, I'm holding a brownie. Here. Classic EG does not put their food down moment. Okay. So is what you're saying to push the brown a little bit more into the area around the face? Like, is that what you want? I feel like I could go stronger than what I just did also. Like that? Like, that is providing more clarity around the face, maybe. Once I pick food up, I do not put it down. I don't put it down. I don't eat it either. I just hold it until it gets soggy in my hand from palm sweat. I have like 2 bites left. So when they have one over the shoulder, it could make the head look less flat and less part of the background. That's true. That might be a nice asymmetrical moment to offset the giant bow also. There we go. So like if it does something like that, I could then also airbrush black onto this, or brown onto this. Hang on, can I make it visible on top of it if I do certain things? If I push the brown up further? Yeah, wait, hang on. There we go. I think that's helping to merge it a little bit. If we're going for other uncanny vibes, making hair stringier often will feel a little bit uncanny too. So if you just have like a little bit of the hair that's breaking away from the edge and is sitting over the shoulder there too, that helps to feel a little bit uncanny also. And it can make the hair feel a little bit less perfect, which might be good. A little bit of asymmetry. Just a little bit of stringy, uncanny elements happening would be good. There we go. Like, well, I don't want to overdo it. Having a couple small details through there would be nice because the eyes have a lot of very small details, but the rest of the body tends to be larger details. So just giving a couple more small details might be nice. So I think these things are helping so far. Yeah, I feel like this is fleshing it out a little more. Okay, final bite of brownie, for the love of God. Down the hatch. And I will eat the crumbs off my plate too. Are the black things the eyes, irises on the hair? Black things. I think this might actually be hair we can see through. That we can see the eyes glowing through. In which case, that may also benefit from the, like, gradient treatment on top of them. Otherwise... Whoops, not that. Hang on. There. Otherwise, we may just want to remove them entirely. I feel like we don't need them. Whoops. I keep using the same layer for everything. Because the eyes will read clear if they don't have something like in it. Or something like that happening inside of them. Use a new layer for the love of God. So then we don't need to have something splitting these outlines either. So like that'll read a little bit clearer also probably. Although it does feel a little bit more ominous. They feel a little bit like pupils. This feels a little bit less intense to me. Perfect. Even on my 1/4 size screen phone. Some hair went over the shoulder. Okay. Nice. Okay, so this is helping to merge it. The next thing I think that will be somewhat important is definitely fleshing out the values a little more. Maybe this is just unrendered. But there's a lot of white on white on white on white happening, and I get that we're going for something super ethereal and bright and friendly, but just push back your elements that are behind the body. The bow doesn't have to be blue, but if it has just some sort of like blue shading on it, that might be nice. If you have shading under here and like through here and through here and probably something in there and maybe like there too and underneath in there. That'll help it to feel less stark because it is a little bit intense right now. And there'll probably be some like under the hair and there. And like some of this would probably have some shading on it because it's being cinched in the center, you know? I'm just sort of hacking some shading into it loosely. There might be some shading on there where it's attaching. Back here, all of this might just be darker in general because it's behind the body entirely. Same with the bow in the hair, or maybe just like the backmost one is darker. But this makes it just a little bit easier to look at. And thankfully, this white here isn't pure white. It's like a step away from pure white. If it was pure white, I may have an issue with it, but it's not too bad because it isn't. These can be shaded just a little bit. And then, my favorite suggestion, as always, sweeping gradient, which I may actually struggle to do here. For all layers. Oh, there's so many things here that... Oh, look at my selection! Oh no! Let's see. I'll do my best. Wish me luck. There's like some other texture that may end up with a little bit of a gradient on it, but kind of unavoidable it seems like. Oh, yep, okay. And then I'll use something that's like bluish maybe. Did that work? Oh, it did. I just need to invert it. Hang on. Oops. There we go. Although, honestly, maybe more green to match with your surroundings if you're outside. And it doesn't have to be super dark either. There we go. I've accidentally colored other things, but now we're sort of shifting the focus to higher in the body, closer to the head. What if there's a gradient on the limbs since the darkness is consuming her? You could go for something like that, maybe 2. Maybe it doesn't have to be quite as intense. Or it could. Is this a new layer? It is. Why have I done a multiply? Normal. But that might also provide more contrast for her hands against her body if we're doing something like that. They may also feel a little bit like gloves, but we can gradate them out. And maybe like the feet where they are under the shoes. Could be dark too. The more black we have in the design, the less focal the head will be. But it doesn't hurt to just play around a little bit. Let me go like this. I'll erase out what I don't want of it with an airbrush in a second. Green. Yeah, just a little green. Green makes more sense than blue does here because you're against a green background, but use whatever color makes sense for the way that you want to present yourself, perhaps. It just looks nice with the background you have right now. There we go. Nope. Nope, 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 nope. Hang on. Yeah, there we go. Hang on, that might be... There we go. Too much. Like, that feels a little bit more intense. I feel like we're sort of losing the balance of cute and friendly and things like that if we're adding too many elements that are gradated black. But I think that may just be up to the discretion of this fella as to whether or not that is something that they particularly enjoy. Okay, so I think most of the critiques we've made right now have been for focal point and clarity. So despite what I had to say about the focal point, it seems like you guys partially disagreed with me. So I won't give full points for focal point. I also won't give full points for color palette because we needed clarity around the head. We probably need a little more of that brown. And we definitely need some shading or at least a sweeping gradient so that it doesn't turn into an eye strain type of event. Just because the white is so bright. We just need a greater value scale. Greater variety of values present. Hear me out, the black censoring box is a mascot. What if your mascot is just like a monolith in the field that speaks? I love monoliths as a concept, as just being a weird little geometric thing that exists out in the wild somewhere. Is it natural? Is it alien? Is it demonic? Who knows? But we can speak to it, we can talk to it, and it just hangs out. But yeah, that I think would be fun. For silhouette, I think you are very symmetrical, but you do have a couple bits of asymmetry where it matters. You've got some around your head with your big exaggerated bow, and you've got your one leg warmer that isn't perfectly symmetrical. I do think that you have a silhouette that is probably pretty common in VTubing, from the fact that you have long, just below shoulder length hair, you've got an A-line skirt on, and a ribbon. But at least you have a specific ahoge. Your ribbon has a specific shape to the end bits of it. I do think adding some of the asymmetry that we added around your chest is going to help a lot, though. Like, this would be very different in a cropped for stream version. Oh, that could be something to be careful. I almost wonder, you probably have to frame yourself the way I'm framed, where a lot of VTubers frame themselves, like, they don't put as much of their body on screen as I do. Like, you'd have to make sure you have enough of yourself visible, because if don't put yourself on stream like this. The Twitch gods may not like that. I feel like this crop might be fine, but actually I don't think it's changing the read that much. The white is still light and bright and friendly. This ribbon is still light and bright and friendly. I think it's okay. I think it's all right. One other thing, this may just be like a silly thing to say, but it is relevant for designing for VTubers. I know this is maybe just a persona design, but if it is a VTuber, consider what side of the screen you're going to be on most. That's something that I think about a lot when I'm designing. It's the reason why, for this outfit, I shaved this side of my head. I shaved what is my left. I guess technically, this is technically right, but this side of my head. It's because I usually sit on this side, so to not have hair on this side blocks less. So, you could invert and have your bow on the other side, and you could invert and have this lock of hair on the other side also, so that way you're not blocking as much. You can still see it, like my hair clips off the edge only a little bit, but then it's out of the way, you know? I don't think it's that big of a deal, but it's just a fun thing to keep in mind, you know, for VTubing? Maybe the neck fades black a little bit too. I feel like the starkness of it is part of what ends up making this feel very inhuman. If we added a gradient, that would decrease the clarity in the neck region. We could try it maybe, but I feel like that's something I wouldn't want to budge on with the way it looks right now. Where was I with grading though? Silhouette. I think you need more asymmetry in the design, but I do think you have a couple little elements that are helping, and I can't help but wonder if there's something we could do to make your silhouette a little bit more distinct compared to other VTubers' designs. So part of me that almost wonders if we could make your eyes just like a full negative space cutout so that whatever you have behind you would fill that void, and then your eyes being the negative space would make it a very distinct silhouette. But at the same time, I fear that that may lead to a low contrast situation sometimes on your stream. I don't know how I'd want to execute on that, but just a thought, just an interesting thought maybe. Because yeah, it would be possible to do. It would be possible to make that transparent, but like where I'm on a background right now, if my eyes were transparent, it'd be fine because I have a light colored background behind me. When I was outside, it would have been blue. Here, it would just be these background blues, but that could be interesting. Maybe a transparent white on an ad layer. Yeah, so that way it's just brightening whatever's behind it. So that way there's like a glow in there, but you can still see through it. That could be a good idea for making you a little bit more uncanny and furthering your silhouette also. But I think you need some things for your silhouette still. Your hair could be exaggerated in its asymmetry. And we just need some more positive negative space interplay some way, somewhere, somehow. Maybe with a filter to ensure you'll always have some brightness. Yeah, I'm sure it's possible somehow. Anything's possible. Popsicle. And it is the summer, prime popsicle season. So that's a good food for thought. That all kind of worked out. That sentence. Interesting. Eyes could have a glow effect. Yeah, that could maybe also help too. Avery's, thank you for following me also. I appreciate it. Complexity versus clarity. I feel like for the type of persona this is a specific enough design. I feel like this is recognizable and memorable without being overdone. I feel like you may still benefit from a more specific character accessory. The bow is almost there, but I feel like you may want some sort of like specific symbol or specific shape at the center of the ribbon, but it's just something small. I feel like there's just something small missing from it. Concept of motifs. I do think it is very clear to us that there is something inhuman happening that is rather dark in its nature. As we talked before about Ms. Eepee's design, a lot of making something appear to be liminal comes down to rendering style and some post-processing effects, maybe? So some of the things I was saying before about chromatic aberration and / or like JPEG noise and grain are all good things. You already feel like your background has that sort of like slight sepia pastel color grading on it that is common in liminal space types of imagery. So applying something like that to your model in post, or just in the illustration of the model too, would probably be good and beneficial also. The bow almost looks like a butterfly to me. It does, which is interesting. It almost feels like it's becoming a motif in that way. Maybe that would be the better critique to give about feeling like there's something unique missing. I think you need a visual motif. You have ribbons that repeat. Is there something we could combine this design with? Is there an element we could add to this design? These feel almost like butterfly wings. I feel like there's a way we can fit butterflies into liminal spaces. But is there something we could do to make this more intentionally butterfly-like, or we could make something else feel butterfly-esque? Maybe that impacts the shape of this little bow here, and maybe it has a second tier under it. Whoops, new layer. That makes this feel like wings or something. But I feel like we just need something small that is more distinct. I feel like we're thinking about butterflies because the last critique we did, even though it was several weeks ago, was bugs. But like that already is specific too. Break up the sleeve overhang into 2. What do you mean? Like give it like a trim or tiers? I guess you could do that too. Butterflies with eye patterns on their wings. Oh, you could add something that feels like eyes to these. And having eyes in a design does increase the uncanniness factor often. I'm not sure the way I'm drawing these is perfectly butterfly-esque, but I feel like that's already moving in that direction. Yeah. Reminds me of the summer Hikaru died in terms of aesthetics. Oh yeah, they do really like some really strong flat blacks covering the whole face in that, don't they? I'm vaguely familiar with that one. I kind of wanted to read that manga, but I never got around to it, and I know there's an anime too. Did that come out yet? Is that out? It might be out. I'm not well kept up in watching TV shows right now. But yeah. A couple little butterfly-like elements would help to further customize this for your design. It came out in 2025. Oh! Watching it right now. Okay, I have to get to it. It seemed cool. I love some LGBTQ rep in anime and manga, and it seemed like it explored interesting concepts about acceptance and things like that, so I was intrigued. But yeah, just something. Something in the motifs to push it. Just push it. Push it real good. See, I bet you were expecting me to do push it to the limit, 'cause that's what I usually do, but I'm subverting your expectations and keeping you always on edge, never knowing what to expect from EG. Anyways, I put it on the fridge. I thought this was a very recognizable, memorable design. I saved this design a hot minute ago, and it's one of the ones that I didn't forget. It's one of the ones that still stood out to me against the test of time, so good work. That means you're definitely doing something effectively here. So, what is this grade overall? 3, 4, 5, 6.5, 7.5 out of 10. You know what always happens when I take a break from critiquing? Is that I come back harsher. I know that this rubric is also just harsher in general, so I have to remind everyone whose design was critiqued today, a 7 is not a bad grade. A 7 is an above average grade. My scale states that a 5 is exactly average. Anything above 5 is an above average design. So 7.5 out of 10 means this is abundantly a strong design, maybe with a couple opportunities to make even stronger. Below 5 means that it needs some significant work, but this is an absolutely respectable score for sure. So, good work! Can we get a round of applause, please, for Cookie Bween? Thank you for submitting, and thank you, Shroommates, for feedback. My design needs to score 15, otherwise I'll explode. Well, I'm sorry to break it to you, but I don't even think that's possible. I think the maximum score is 13, and I don't think anyone's ever gotten that, have they? I think our highest score ever was a 12, if I remember correctly. Yeah, 13 is max. What is the highest? Is it 12? I think it is 12. I think there's one design that went on the fridge and got a point for either style or for concept. But I don't know what it was. And yeah, that was with the old rubric. That's true. The old rubric wasn't as harsh as the new rubric is, so it has become harder to score that high. Yeah, we did have someone get 12. It was a long time ago. We have had a couple nat 10s. We've had a handful of 10 out of 10 designs that didn't have bonus points contributing to their 10 out of 10-ness. And we do also have a couple designs that got 10 out of 10 from bonus points. I think there's even like more than 111 out there. TOS? No, yeah, maybe TOS. Just to be safe. That's my only worry about TOS. This is cleavage. You can have infinite cleavage. The bow is transparent. Yeah, but you can have cleavage. You can have infinite cleavage. Infinite cleavage is fine. At what point cleavage becomes underbust is anyone's guess. Because underbust is not allowed, but cleavage is allowed forever, apparently. There is no restriction on cleavage, as long as other things can't be seen. Oh, wait, but you're right, the booty cheeks are out in the back, and they cannot be. You do have to cover your full pelvis. I think you might be able to get away with just covering this much of it. But yeah, you can't have that all out. Yeah. Swimsuit bottom allowed? Yes, you can wear bathing suit style bottoms as long as your pelvis is covered. So, pelvis is covered in the front, I would say fully. In the back, I think it just needs to be a little more like that, unfortunately. But again, at the same time, if you're a VTuber, when is your back ever visible on stream? I don't think your back is ever visible on stream. Unless you're 3D and they fully spin you all the way around, like happens to me sometimes, no one sees your back. No one sees what that looks like. So honestly, if you want that to be the way your design, that's probably more than fine. That's probably completely a-okay in every way. Wow! My god. Case in point. If you're 3D, allow your fellas to spin you around. Otherwise, yeah, I don't think you have to worry about that. But the front, that might just be a little bit too low. I get that if you're in VTuber view, you might be able to get away with it still because you're going to be only shown from here up, but don't risk it. The number of VTubers I've seen who forget they have a not safe for work toggle on their model and accidentally toggle it on stream is much higher than I would like it to be. Don't add yourself to that statistic, pretty please, I'm begging you. Even then, such a momentary happenstance is not something I've ever seen get hit. I have. I have seen that occur. I've seen them get people for that and for less. So just be safe. Just be safe. Don't give them the opportunity. Don't give them the chance to do that to you. So, we didn't even introduce you yet, and we're already making suggestions. This is Sam Witch, who I had hoped had something to do with sandwiches and did not. Here's a VTuber idea. Be a sandwich, and either be a sand, like ocean, water, sand-themed witch in a beachy way, or be a sandwich in the way of being food-themed. Please, I'm begging you. I want to see this be real, please. Anyways, she/her at Samwitch. Unrelated. She is a shape-shifting succubus and currently has a cow, dog, bunny, and cat as her forms. She's a spooky, chaotic gremlin. Art was done by me. Hell yeah! Nice. Not the toggle. I know the toggle has caused hits. Oh, yeah. Toggles have definitely caused hits. Paranoid will hit the wrong toggle and get banned instantly. I have it set up so I need to go through 3 different menus to get those toggles on my Steam Deck. There you go! Build-in fail-safes. I don't have anything on my models ever that could get me in trouble, and yet still sometimes I'm like, what if my entire body clips outside of my clothing? There's nothing there. You wouldn't see anything anyway. I don't even have a body. There's nothing under here. When you see when my shirt gets stuck, there's actually just a void underneath, which is why it gets stuck under there. It's like getting stuck behind my stomach. I don't have a rib cage. There's nothing in there. I'm a hollowed out shell. Most mushrooms are hollow on the inside. A lot of them have hollow stipes. It's so they can put water up and down through there. Draw a sandwich in her hand. I hope your eating toggle does include a sandwich. Please, I'm begging. New subliminal space, e.g. Yeah! You can exist inside my chest cavity. That's the space. Of course you do not, you're a mushroom. Yeah, that's why I don't have feet either. Mushrooms are kind of like straws. We're getting distracted. So, this is a shapeshifting succubus who is a spooky, chaotic gremlin. I see. So, first order of business. I like the specificity of the way you've designed your necklace. This is great. Making it spiderweb-esque feels nice and specific. I want more of that. Why not make your, what do you call it? Your fishnet that's down here also a spider web, because that'll feel more specific too. Also, you've got these nice like teeth elements wrapping around the bodice of your clothing. I feel like we might want to exaggerate those just a little bit more. And if you want to lean into like spider or insecty angles, you could make a particular number of them in particular places so that it relates to maybe being like spidery legs or something. But if instead of going for traditional fishnet, you went for something that's like, oh, too thin, too thick. Hang on. This. And then, like, you can have a little bit of asymmetry to it, too, because I know spiderwebs aren't always perfect. I'm not doing a really great job of drawing it, but, like, you get the idea. You can have some gaps in it, and maybe there's, like, little bits that dangle down. Maybe it'd be thinner so that it looks a little bit, like, more elegant in this area. But then that is a little bit more unique as a texture. It almost feels like it's threadbare or something. Maybe some webbing out from around the belly button? What do you mean by that? Like, it's coming out of it? Spider fishnet? Yeah, spider fishnet. I brought it back. I brought back the fishnet, but we could bring the fishnet back in a more specific way. Like if it's a spider web centered around her belly button. Oh, okay. We could make it radial. Hang on. Wait, don't clear the layer. Just cover that one. Like, you could have it so that it's, like, crossing through here almost instead. That actually might read more as a spider web than what I had done did. And, like, little bits that are dangling in there. Yeah. Either or. Something like that, to that degree. Or remember, sort of drapery-esque. That's fair. I see what you mean. I was worrying that it was making the stomach look a little bit saggy, too, because it looked like lines that could be on the body. That'll feel a little bit more spider web-y. And then you could even, like, shape the clothing around the spider web, like, a little bit, too. So it feels like maybe that fishnet or that spider webbing element is what's holding your clothing together. I'm not sure if I'm doing a really great proof of concept right now, but, like, if these have, like, arcs to them instead, so that it's like, okay, going like this. Do you see what I mean? Oh, I probably wanted another spoke through there, but that's okay. But do you see what I mean? And then, like, maybe it goes like that, and that goes in somewhere, you know? Oh, what was that? Amber had to get the nuke out. Uh-oh. Oh. Unclear. Non-traditional fishnets, my beloved. Yes! Finding interesting ways to design clothing elements is always a good plan. But yeah, so, like, making the clothing feel like it's constructed from those. I feel like they may need to be a little bit thicker to make sense for what I've done to them just now, but anyways, this is just a proof of concept for that to feel a little bit more specific. I can see most of the succubus angle. You've got your tail, you've got your wings, you've got your what do they call it? Your tattoo that you wear on your, is it a womb tattoo? I think that's what that's called. You've got your womb tattoo. Maybe if you have a safe for work toggle or a Twitch toggle that makes you Twitch safe, you could put that image on the outside of your clothing in that area, so that way we can still understand that element of the design. I do feel like you may benefit from having elements of this tattoo in other parts of the design also. So like something that I've seen in designs sometimes that I've been a fan of somewhat recently are just like silly floaty little like crown elements worn on top of the hair. They do this in gacha games sometimes because they don't want to actually put a real crown on someone. But if you had some of your little like thing here, and then it had some of those little like elements around it. Let me zoom out so I can see what it looks like. And then, you know, it's got its little bits that come out here. And then it's all outlined in green. That could be an interesting way of pulling that symbol into your upper body, because unfortunately, as luck may have it, as a VTuber, we don't often show our lower bodies. So, if we can see this in your upper body, that may also help us to think in the right department about your design. And I think you would benefit from just a tad bit more green happening in your design. You have it in your eyes, and you have it on your tattoo, but if you have some of that in an element that's on top of your head, that may help. I do think that the ribbons on your horns, however, are maybe just a little bit too much. They feel a little overwhelming. They're a very small detail up here. So I don't know if they're inherently necessary. So that sort of ends up cleaning your head up maybe a little bit more. Kind of wish there was a web between your horns with a spider on it. Ever since we suggested that once, I had not stopped thinking about it. I want a VTuber to do that so badly. Maybe you are the one who gets to have the horn spiderweb element. And we're only really going for spiderwebs so intensely for you because it's like the one thing we have to grab onto in this design. There wasn't a lot of other like specific imagery to repeat in an interesting way. We could repeat the hearts a little bit, but I'm not sure that would be enough. But yeah, that could be fun for silhouette. Alternatively, if you don't want to do that, I do think you would benefit from having a more specific shape for your horns. Oh, you're right, there are also bat wings. We could use that for some elements that are silhouette related or just like as a repeating motif. But for your horns, either way, I do think you would benefit from making them a more specific shape. I have been trying to make a series of shorts about how to design things so that way they are not just our first idea of what comes to mind when we think of horns or shorts or skirt or belt or something like that. Because even something just like this is so much more specific as a horn design that feels more unique to you. I've shaped them this way because it feels a little bit like the top of the wings, but there could be other things you could do with the horn shape also. I feel like I added this thing to your forehead, and I feel like it would be more beneficial if it went off the top of your head also. Hello, can I move it? Is it this layer? No. Is it this layer? No. Is it this layer? No. What layer is that? Oh, there it is. Okay. It's like if that it reaches up over the top of your head a little bit, that might be good. Grab this and maybe move it up just a little bit too, but I don't want it to overlap your horns. Something like that, maybe, yeah. Maybe it floats between the horns. Oh, yeah, we could have the whole thing just float between the horns, too, if we didn't want it on the forehead. Alternatively, if you don't do that, I feel like you would just benefit from having maybe one more spike of hair in this region. Just so the top of your head isn't quite so smooth, and you could have your little bit of, like, gradient that you have in there, too. Aisu! Welcome back for 4 months! Thank you for resubscribing. I hope you've enjoyed your rotation in this room state. Also, I hope you had fun at Off-Kai. I was spying on your tweets about being at Off-Kai. That is an event I will never attend. I can't go to the other side of the country. And now they put it in April. So, like, I have to teach. I can't take off during semester. You can't do that. I'll never go. One day I'll meet VTubers, but it's not today. But I'm glad you had a good time with it. Like the spiderweb better than the crown thing. Ah. Could go for spiderweb instead of crown thing. Oh, I made a lot of my edits on one layer. But something on the head. We need more green around the head, though. Even if we don't go for spiderweb. Or even if we don't go for the forehead thingamabob. Moving it to April. Yeah, they announced the dates for it for next year. And it's April. I believe our spring break, where I am, is in March. So it's not even like it could overlap with that. And I can't fly to the other side of the country just for, like, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. I can't do that. That's so far to fly. It's so expensive to fly nowadays, especially somewhere that's that far away. That area is also really expensive to stay in, so I don't foresee myself going, unfortunately. I would love to go to like TwitchCon or OffCai or something someday, but it ain't in the budget and it ain't in my ability to take off. You know, getting the whole summer off means I don't get anything off during the year. So, what can you do? So much FOMO. Me also. Me too also. Me also. Me too. Me as well. What can you do? Although I may actually be going to Otakon this weekend. It's this weekend, isn't it? I might be going. I had not been planning to attend, but I found out Drubby's going. Like 2 days ago. So I might be going? I don't know if I'm going for multiple days, but I might go for like a day. Maybe. Wait, really? Dang, I forgot about it. That's okay. I wasn't planning to go. So I didn't let anyone know because I had not been planning to. Because yeah, it's also like, DC is so expensive. I can't afford being there either. You crazy? Also, tickets for Otakon itself have gone up. They used to be, I think, $80 or less when you pre-ordered them. Now I think it's like $100 for pre-order. Which I guess $20 isn't that much, but like when you add that on top of how expensive food is there and things like that, I've also taken off 2 weeks this summer. So like that's 2 weeks where I didn't make income. Like it's rough. It's rough. E.g. cardboard cutout standing at Otakon as replacement. Yeah, I don't have one. I don't have a cardboard cutout, but yeah. Crazy. I remember when it was like $30. I know it wasn't that expensive the first time I went. I think it might have been like $60 the first time I went. Something like that. But I can't confirm. But yeah, I might be going. Maybe. Potentially. It's possible. Maybe. We'll organize one? Okay, sure. Back in my day, you could get a weekend pass to Anime Expo for $65. Oh, yeah, nope. That's definitely not possible anymore. I would imagine that is very far from the truth these days. Very wishful thinking about that, unfortunately. Man, everything's so expansive now. Last Otakon was the first con I've ever been to. Congrats! I think I went to my first con when I was 16. I went to Comic-Con as my first convention with a couple of my friends. Yeah. Could we add Batwing somewhere else or maybe more of a demon motif? Yes, we could! Hey, Amber, that's a great segue of us back into, paying attention and working on the design. I was gonna suggest maybe like Batwinging the edge of this a little bit. Which is kind of hard to draw because it's sheer and transparent, but that might be nice for silhouette and also for repetition. That could be a good area for it. Or alternatively, we could do that for maybe like the cutout on these could be a little bit like wing-like this or something. Where they like go up the leg. Like that almost. You know? And then like that's a little higher and then this is like this. Definitely don't necessarily do every single one of these edits I've made, but I'm just giving you ideas of things that could help maybe. If you wanted to. No, there's horns and a tail and wings. Yeah, I do think also that the tail design could be modified further as well, because the tail, like your horns, is sort of the first thought of what a demon tail looks like. If you think in your mind, demon tail, this is probably going to be what comes to mind. Can we design something more unique for your tail? Can we do something more specific with it? Your icon here already has some elements to it that could help. Like if you added those little like 3 marks like it has floating or like the horns or something. That's already a slightly more specific tail, but there could be some other type of emblem we could replace it with also to flesh it out a little bit. Tail could be more similar to the horns. That's true too. Also, piercings. Piercings could be fun. This design is quite punk. And similarly, as we've said with some elements, the earrings I think also feel just a little bit loose and non-specific. You've got a chain hanging with a little cross on it. That's something we tend to associate with demonic elements, but we don't have crosses elsewhere. Is there something else we could repeat? Instead of a cross there, maybe you have like an upside down heart that's hanging here from this. And then that's a repetition of something that's already in the design. Your ribbons, the way they hang, also feel a little bit like upside down hearts. So that might be a nice moment for incorporation. Would it be possible to incorporate green accents into the tail? Probably. Honestly, the easiest way to do it might just be adding a gradient of green on top of the tail, coming from like the tip or something. Let me just do this and then I'll airbrush it out so it's not as intense. But you could also just add little detailing to it too that is green. I'm gonna fill it up entirely and then I'll just airbrush out what I don't want of it. It's like you could have something like that happening, which also makes me feel like that might be a good idea for the horns too. Where if we go for the... Oops. If we go for the spider web instead of the forehead element, making the horns green at the tips would help to add a little bit of green we need around the head too. Yeah, I feel like that's working. The tail looking like a heart from the mark actually looked good. Yeah, I feel like it's getting a little closer, although we could actually even just make it hollow too. Like the mark is. The mark is hollow. Then we get more negative space out of this too. Oh, the tail has green, the wings should have green too. We could put a little green on the wings. Why not? Why the heck not? Maybe I'll put like a little bit of green like around the bottom edge of the wings, and then I'll gradate that out also. And then if we have it on the wings and the eyes and the horns, that will help to keep the upper half of the body focal, I would imagine. Let's see. Ooh, I'm gonna have to airbrush erase that. Whoops. There we go. Like, I don't want it to be super intense, but just like a little green is nice. Yeah. Bring back the horn spider. Hang on, okay. Let me get rid of the forehead element. Where do I have that? Oh, on the same layer as 9 other things. Oh boy, hang on. Cut. Paste. Hide that. Spider. Yeah, that's kind of interesting. Erase a spiderweb design from the green gradient on the wings. You could do that also. I feel like that may be getting a little too detailed, because I would say that that is my other critique right now, is that there's a lot of high contrast detail in the design right now. The ribbons on the arm are very high contrast against the pale skin. The little bits of bone or something that's meant to be reminiscent of a rib cage coming around the side are very high contrast. The hair is white with very high contrast dark tips to it. The stockings are high contrast with the skin and with the white bows. This really isn't fully grayscale. This is kind of black, white, flesh tone green. Like, this is the truest form of Boakum, black, white, color, metal. And that's kind of it. I feel like you may benefit from having some gray tones that aren't black. So like this color may be nice to pull back in terms of your ribbon that you have here, so that we can see it a little bit more clearly. And that makes it a little bit less overwhelming because it's not as intense in its undertone. Green is an accent on the clothing. Could do that. I might actually even fill this in with some sort of tone, just so that we just have a little bit more quantity of mid-tone. And then like maybe you can see like little bits of like the fact that this is like fabric under here or something. I don't know. So then we're repeating those semi-opaque elements throughout. What's this layer I was doing that on? It is... And then maybe these ribbons, they're being handled in a way that's sort of different from your other ribbons. These are so upright. I don't want to say like perky, but I feel like that's almost a good descriptor for them. Your other ribbons all like sag and hang a little bit. So if these ones also were hanging down, and then the bits that are attached to it were also sort of like a mid-tone color, that might help. Also, if they stick out just a little bit off the edge of your leg, that wouldn't be the worst for silhouette reasons. That could be a mid-tone. Maybe your shoes are also that mid-tone color. I get that I'm making them close to the background color right now, but just bear with me. There we go. And then this will feel less high contrast-y to me. Ribbons feel girlish compared to the punk rock aesthetic. Yeah, making them a little bit danglier, or maybe if they are more tattered, they'll feel more aligned with that punk rock aesthetic. Like, have you seen in... Oh, I think it is particularly maybe in J fashion, but some of the styles that are like punk Lolita and stuff will have bows that are like all like torn up like this, essentially. Where they're just like super duper like tattered and they've got like holes all in them and stuff like that. That may be a better way of handling the ribbons in this design than the way they're handled right now. I think it might match the aesthetic a little bit better. I also think that sometimes less is more. I think you may have too many of them. They make them... What? Runs before Adrian, I respect me! That's not what I guess that I may have said something that could be construed as inappropriate. If you were not paying attention to the context of what I was saying. But, anyways. There may just be too much happening in this design right now, and I feel like I didn't make it better. Like, I feel like these elements on the arms are maybe unnecessary, and maybe there's something better we could replace them with. We don't need that many ribbons. You already have ribbons on the arms. So then, is there, like, a punk-style accessory we could put on the arms instead? Maybe. Maybe, since you are technically a demon, you could have that sort of, like, gradient fingertip thing just to fill this area with something that activates it, but isn't adding, like, another extra detail to that region at the same time. I'm gonna gradate it out, and I don't want it to be that dark anyway. Like, something like that might be appropriate, maybe? And then let me... There we go. Gradient it down to the fingertips. This also makes your hands less focal to me, also. I was missing context. Surely AG isn't critiquing their bosom shape. No, I was critiquing the shape of their ribbons on their legs. So, like, I feel like that is working a little bit more effectively. Honestly, I feel like I don't even want those ribbons on the legs to exist. Where are they? I did a whole bunch of nonsense. Everything's on different layers because something's wrong with me. Where are they? Here, this is where they are. Nope, use a regular eraser, please, for the love of God. Where's my pen? There it is. Like, I feel like I don't want any of that that's hanging out on the legs right there. Ooh, and you know why I feel like I'm probably against these elements on the legs? Is because they're creating a ladder. We haven't done a ladder check yet today. But I think those are causing there to be some ladder design in the legs. Like, this just feels more coherent to me. There's better clarity like this. I don't think we need as much in the legs. You can have a little detail on the legs. Maybe some pattern or some texture on the socks would be nice. But the ribbons, I think, were just maybe a little too much. Now level of detail is highest in the torso, which then is maybe helping to shift the focus higher. I feel like the head would be more focal if we had even more green happening around it, but I don't think I should add a ton of it right now. I gotta do a ladder speed run to all previous designs of today. Nope, I don't have to and you can't make me. Hee hee, I'm in charge. I'm the teacher. I make the rules. I'll at least do one here. Did you guys realize I forgot the ladders? Usually people yell at me when they realize I've forgotten it. But if I... Oops, this is on the layer I just made. Hang on. If I turn off all my layers, hang on, let me make a layer comp for everything that's here right now. Edits. Oops. So that way I can come back for it after I turn everything off. There we go, okay. There we go. So, top of head, top of horns, eyes, hair on one side of the head, wings, top, wings, bottom, shoulders, top of shirt, bottom of that area of the shirt. I feel like I could add one like here maybe. I don't want to add one for each of these little things, but if I did, evenly spaced, there's one here and probably one here also. There's a lot happening in the arms, that some of which might count. We've got this existing all in the same line. That is one line there. I'd imagine I put one like here maybe, and here, and here, and here, whoops, and here, and here, and here. And then there'd probably be one here where these things cut off too. Yeah. Not the most climbable design, but there's some very even and repetitively sized gaps between rungs here. Like these are very similar. Some of these things are like bisecting the leg directly in half between the knee, which I think is making it feel a little bit awkward. There's a lot of repetition of very similar sizes here and up here too. So we may want to modify that. And I think the edits I've made thus far have helped with that. There we go. So now there's a much bigger jump in the legs. I think I've added more variety down here so that this isn't sitting on the exact same line as the skirt is. I made the ribbon a little bit longer. I made the arms not add so much to everything that's going on right now. Yeah. Maybe you would benefit also from having a sheer element like this under your sleeves too, like in here. My brush is huge. Like in this area. And make it shaped sort of like those bat wings too. There we go. If I tuck it in, it could be under that bow that's right there too. But I feel like that might unify your outfit a little bit more too. Can you explain a ladder? I can! I forgot to not explain it. I just kind of did it. We use ladder checks to make sure that there is an interesting distribution of space in a character's design. As people, we are very vertical, and if you design a character where you draw a rung everywhere that there's a major division coming from high contrast or color difference or something in the silhouette changing, and all of those gaps between those rungs are evenly spaced, the character will feel very stagnant. It'll feel awkward and strange because we like variety in spacing, so that's what we're looking for. We're also usually looking for like half broken rungs and for diagonal rungs also, because that helps a design to feel less stiff as well. Because this design, other than the hair being a little bit asymmetrical and the tail being posed to one side, is completely symmetrical otherwise. So you may benefit from having some sort of asymmetrical element in this design as well. The little bit of subtle asymmetry that I've added in the spiderweb between your horns maybe is helping. Adding a little bit of asymmetry from clothing being a little bit tattered or something like that maybe is helping, or like asymmetry in this fishnet around your stomach could be good, but I feel like you may still want a little bit more of that, perhaps? And asymmetry doesn't have to come from the fact that we're putting accessories on one side of the body but not the other. You can also have asymmetry from the way clothing is worn as well. So like, you know, I think I saw somebody suggest like, oh, maybe like some sort of bracelet on this side. Sure, maybe bracelet on one side, or maybe you have another one on the other side and they're not the same size or shape. Maybe you've got two on this side and one's hanging. That's not so intense, that's a little bit asymmetrical. I feel like that works. But you could also have it so that maybe you're wearing one of these higher on your arm than the other, or something like that. Vtubers love doing that with the one high sock, one low sock situation. Oh, hi, Zany! Welcome back for 21 months! Wait, no, wait, hang on. That's not what I'm saying. Thank you for gifting a sub. Also, anyways, congrats on 21 months. But anyways, thank you for gifting a sub. That was very kind of you, Zany. Can we rotate for Zany, please? This is what happens when you don't read. This is what happens. I read the sub, and that was the only part of that I read. Thank you, Zany. Very kind. You got gifted a sub from Zany. Please say thank you. And also, yes, I will hydrate. Thank you also. I was supposed to drink this earlier, and I didn't. Tasty wooter. So, my critique for this design would be that you need a mid-tone. You need a mid-tone badly because you are just too intense without it. Need mid-tone. I think you need to distribute your green just a little bit more also. The green was too isolated in your eyes and in your womb tattoo. Putting it in some of the other elements that relate to your succubus nature may also benefit you. So your tail, your wings, your horns. Silhouette. You need to be a little bit less symmetrical, I would say. You're a little too symmetrical, and a lot of your elements weren't adding as much to silhouette as they could be. You know, if we do something more with the horns, they'll add to silhouette better. We can design your tail in a more unique manner to add to silhouette. Yeah. Exaggerate around your head more. More asymmetry. Yeah. For complexity versus clarity, I think you're actually slightly over detailed. I think all the ribbons and bows and little bits all over the place were just too much visually, and they were also very high contrast, being black against your very pale skin tone. So I would put you maybe also here. It was a little eye fatiguing, the contrast. Oh, hello! We've been raided! Welcome in, Wisteria. Hi. How are you? Shroommates, can we rotate for the raiders, pretty please? Hi, I'm EG. I'm a freelance artist, Fungi. I'm also an art educator. And I'm a volleyball player right now, too, which is why the Shroommates are showing you all of our lovely volleyballs. Well, that's why they're spinning them at you with much skill. But hi, I'm doing Vtuber design critiques today. We are looking at Sandwich right now. Our focus for today is on mostly monochromatic or grayscale designs. We've been sort of talking through them, suggesting some edits. We were wrapping up this design right about now as you appeared. But hi, thank you mods for getting the shout out. Let's see, am I quick enough to snoop and see what you were up to? Yeah, just chatting Moonlight Peaks or maybe art recently? How was your stream? I hope you enjoyed it. I hope it was swell. I can keep an eye out for whatever it is you were up to, but let me say hi to Raiders, perhaps, which is Wisteria and Lava Vulcanite. Hi, welcome in. That's a nice ball. Thank you. I 3D modeled it and rendered it myself. Also, they ripped my hair off in an effort to embarrass me in front of new faces, but ha, joke's on everyone because I think I look slay without hair. Hee hee. I look cool. Wait, would the bones be cool if they were green, or would that be too much? I feel like that might be too much green for the design. Honestly, this is such a cute look, right? I feel like this is the closest I've ever looked to me to what I actually look like, which is not even that close, but it's the closest, you know? Just looking at Maymays to salvage the Monday. What does that mean? What do you mean by that? Oh, like memes to salvage the Monday. I hope you had an okay Monday. I hope you enjoyed some nice memes. Sorry, I had to process that one for a second. I didn't think of it very quickly. But I hope you enjoyed your memes. If you and your fellas need to do things like eat or drink or snork me, please take care of yourselves. If you would like to stick around and hang out and provide some feedback for the designs for critiquing, you are welcome to do so, but please look after your health first and foremost if you'd be so kind. What if a green highlight instead of a white in the leatherwork bits? That could be interesting. The other thing I was going to suggest to this design is to just have a little bit of like a color shift somewhere. So like if your greens became more yellow somewhere, like more lime instead of teal, just like maybe at the very tip of a couple places, that would be a good way of getting another color into the design subtly. So that way you're not quite as black-white a color metal. Green opaque gradient on the bottom of the skirt. You know what? The skirt might actually not be a terrible place to put a little bit of like a color gradient or something. Let's see, I'm just gonna do a little bit of it and I can push it back. But I'll use the yellow I'd just been using. And then the teal that we had before. And then I'll erase it so it's not so intense and blur it and stuff. But that could be an idea. Actually, I might want this on a different layer so I can make it less opaque. Edit, cut, edit, paste. Yeah, okay. Blur. And I'm gonna tone it down for sure. This is way too much right now, but like, just like subtly a little green, a little bit of a color undertone. That's kind of fun, right? Green does give a bit of poison vibe, kind of nice with the succubus and spider themes. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I feel like this is adding some visual interest too that this may have needed. We are making you less grayscale, but sometimes being fully grayscale isn't as effective. I liked it brighter. We could leave it brighter, but I feel like it ends up being too distracting when it's brighter. Like this, it feels a little bit more subdued. It's not as intense, which may be desirable, but I get it's up to your personal taste and opinion, perhaps. I don't always like super bold, bright colors, you know? Cool toned Homestuck. Oh, wait, I did kind of give her Homestuck horns, didn't I? I'm so sorry. Design yourself a pair of horns that don't look like Homestuck, maybe, if that's something that matters to you. Those would be cool if they were like magical and had a color, but I think maybe that'd be too much. Now I think it would definitely be too much, but without having done this, it may have been fine. It may have been okay otherwise. Question mark? I gave her almost, oh, what's her name? The blue one. There's a blue one. There's a blue Homestuck one who has, her horns are asymmetrical though, but her horns look like this, I think. Or at least one of them does, right? Vriska, yeah. Reject maternity, return to Homestuck. Yeah, why not? They have interesting horn shapes in Homestuck for what it's worth, so that's not a terrible reference to look at, but yeah. Yeah. So here, wait, if I, can I go like this? Yeah, save layer comp. Yeah, there we go. I've updated the layer comp. Yeah, so those would be my modifications here, perhaps. I think I have a couple final things to grade. Focal point. I think that the focal point was all over the place prior to me making some edits here. I think that your torso was really detailed, and there was a lot of high contrast on your legs, and all of those elements were stealing the focus from your face. Granted, the only real area of green was on your face, but some of that really high contrast areas made it not as effective. Now, having some of those brighter props around your face, I think is working better, I would say. Although, you know what would be really diabolical here? Is adding another color, like a complement or something, just to your eyes. I don't know if purple is the move. I feel like I've turned you into Loki having done that. But like, maybe they're more blue than the other elements are. Maybe this is your way of instilling a false sense of security into your succubus prey by making them blue. Or maybe they could still be like really like teal in undertone, but they're not the exact same green that you have elsewhere. Maybe they could be pink in undertone, orange even maybe. I like purple because it goes with green. Purple and green do form a very nice combo, but yeah, we could just like tonal correction, hue saturation, luminosity. We could just slide through hues until we find something we really like for it. We're like, yellows aren't terrible, although I don't always like yellow. Orange might feel a little bit Halloween-y. Could go for pinks or reds. That'll feel rather demonic. I kind of actually like this pink. That really makes your eyes pop. But that's sort of the aim here. Purple's nice, orange was kind of nice, blues are pretty decent. There's a lot of good options for an eye color here. And I feel like you would benefit from just something slightly different in eye color. Maybe I'll go for that purple for now. Just leave that there. Yeah, pink was great. This is like a more pinkish purple. But now your head is super focal, and you also are not black, white, or color, or metal anymore. Now you're multiple colors. Woo! Anyways, point stands. Focal point. Not quite the face, unfortunately. Concept and motifs. I do think I was able to identify the fact that you're a succubus pretty effectively, but we could be more creative with the way you're handling it. Make your horns more unique, make your tail more unique, make some of your outfit elements just a little bit more unique also. Play around more with your motifs of your bat wings and your spider web bits to get a greater effect out of it. So I think this is a fair placement for straight down the line, 5 out of 10. I think that you've got a basis here, and I think that we can expand upon it further, and we should expand upon it further. I think we should keep iterating a good bit more. But that'll do it for the grade. Thank you for submitting your design for critique. I may have to stick you into the thumbnail now, because the other one was kind of a lie. Because we didn't even critique it. It just got a 9 out of 10 because we critiqued it before and they hadn't made any changes after resubmitting. But thank you for submitting your design. Round of applause for Sandwich. Thank you guys for your suggestions and feedback, and I will save and close this, and we will move to the next one. This is Lucy Weir, is our potentially last design we're critiquing today. How many designs did I end up doing? 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, maybe only 5 today. I was off time. I think I yapped too much accidentally. I've been unfocused. Whoops. I had another design that was prepped that we could use if we had enough time, but I don't know if we will actually. So, this is Lucy Weir. She/her can be found at LucyWeir1. My name is Lucine. Lucien? Lucien? Something like that. But you can call me Lucy. I'm your friendly and wholesome big titty goth kitty. Never before said statement made by Squiiji here. Here to make your week a little bit better. Friendly and wholesome, okay. My concept is based off of a black Maine Coon as well as the big titty goth girl/GF meme. More words I don't say often. She's ultimately had the same design since conception over 3 years ago and was wondering if maybe it's lackluster or if it could use some tweaks in the design. So, you know what? I don't have any trouble seeing that there is definitely a large asset situation occurring here. That's pretty prominent. We've expanded beyond the range of reality because on human beings, your chest is rarely wider than your ribcage. I don't think that's almost ever possible or occurring. So, sure, got that. You are dressed in a goth-esque fashion, and by that I mean you are wearing all black with combat boots and some belts, and your hair is dark and has a little bit of dye in it, and you do have cat ears and a big tail. Although, on a cold read, I may not have guessed you were a cat. I feel like I often associate this shape of tail with like wolves and stuff a little bit more. That combined with your pointy ears. I know Maine Coons are rather fluffy, but let me look at a Maine Coon for a second. When I was in Maine, I did in fact see a Maine Coon cat. Oh, Maine Coon cats have very like wispy ears. Oh, they're so pretty. They're also giant cats. They're huge. Look at this lovely man. Oh, they're so fluffy. Look at him. Cat. Oh. Powerful jaws, mewing 100%. Not fluffy enough for me personally. Okay, so it seems like a lot of Maine Coon cats have a lot of fluff and a lot of fur. Like, this cat seems very, like, sleek. Most of the search results are cats that look a lot more like this, where their hair is like a little bit, or their fur is more wiry. Their face has this really distinct like wide point in the fur off the sides of the head too. And the ears are so long. The ear fur is so fluffy. Yeah, this is if a wizard was a cat, this would be the wizard cat. So, I think you need more of all of that happening. More fluff in general. I'm gonna do something just so I can see your ears a little better. I'm assuming this is probably your base outfit. Unless it's maybe this one? These seem like alt outfits, and this might be the base outfit. I'm losing your ears against your background though, so let me just go like this so that I can see them. This is often the struggle with having a cool and interesting background, is that it can be a little distracting and clarity issue causing. Okay. So, ears. Maine Coons seem to have very upright ears. Very upright ears. The ear itself seems to often be somewhat rounded, which will maybe help us to be able to identify that this is in fact a cat and not a wolf, maybe. So there's the uprightness for the ear. And then the fluff. It seems like there's usually a very dark, like, tuft that comes off the tip of the ear for this type of cat a lot of the time. And then there's some, like, really, like, long and bright white fluffy bits inside the ear. I didn't push this up high enough. Hang on. There we go. So the critique that I would make here is that if you are going to be a very specific type of animal, which you should be a specific animal. If you're going to do that, make sure you are mimicking the traits of that species or that particular breed effectively, because that is what's going to help you to read that way. It also helps the design to feel more unique often. So like that ear already I think is more specific. I feel like I made it almost too tall, but that is what this cat's ears look like. They also seem to have this like wide bit at the bottom like this, and then they do have some like fur around the base of the ear. Oh, wrong layer, e.g. Hang on. Whoops, okay, hang on. Wide bit here. This would still be in there, and then just like a little bit of fur around the base, so then I can copy, paste, edit, transform, flip, horizontal, go. Wah, 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 wah. There we go. So I wear a black jacket over it, but the left one, oh, but that's a toggle. So this is the main model then that we have here that we're editing. So there we go. Bigger, more exaggerated, fluffier ears. I think that's moving us in the right direction. I think your hairstyle is already almost doing the right thing, but I feel like you would benefit a lot from having even more little wispy bits around the side of your head like this to be reminiscent of these wider cheek bits of fur that the Maine Coons have. And granted, we could say there's a lot of species of cat that have that, but I do think you would benefit from it. Having that red on it would be good as well, but I am fighting your background. There's a lot of clarity issue happening for me, but it's just the background. I think for a model reference, give yourself like some sort of like gradient around your edges so we can see this red versus the background just a little better. And often, even if you're doing like a gradient for hair, having just like a couple like clearer like pieces of hair in it sort of unites it with the hair in an interesting way, where it feels a little more fleshed out in the style. You have to get cat furniture that's like specifically made for these guys because they're so big. I do see that. They look huge. These are massive cats. But there we go. So like this already feels a little bit more Maine Coon-like. I think the tail is fine. A lot of Maine Coons have patterns in their fur, which I imagine that's what this red is sort of meant to be reminiscent of. But you could do more of that, maybe even. Like, it seems like they end up having, like, little bits of, like, stripes that, like, come into their face area a little bit. Or they'll end up with stripes that sort of end up around, like, the front of the face a little bit. And, like... No, I can't draw in that direction. Hang on. Wait, if it was, like... that, and then like you have just like a couple more in here. I'm trying to figure out how I would do this, but that feels sort of sufficiently punk-like, you know, just having a couple strands that are that red color also, because then we're mimicking the facial markings of the cat a little bit too. Long whiskers seem to occur also, like an angel ring perhaps. An angel ring. Oh, as far as like hair being dyed, maybe. Big feature of Maine Coons is their nose. They have a very prominent, like, lion-like nose. Ooh, they do. This one definitely does. Do you see that? This one, not as much. This cat feels like it's not as Maine Coon-like as the other ones I'm looking at are. They have very strong eyebrows, and they do look like they're wearing a lot of eyeliner, too, which I feel like the makeup style here is already reminiscent of. I don't know how inhuman she wants to appear. But if she's okay with appearing more inhuman, a much more like prominent nose could help. And squaring the nose off will make it feel a little bit more lion-like, I imagine. Because I think that is how lions' noses end up working a lot of the time. First one looks like a Norwegian forest cat, not a Maine Coon. Okay, we'll get rid of that then. That might just be a lie that Google is trying to sell to me. No, how could they? Unless that's like a show cat that is just like not your average cat. But I think this is helping. I feel like we're still making you look more like a wolf than like a cat though. Is there some way I could give you like whiskers? I'm trying to think. Sometimes we've gone for whiskers that are like in the hair. Because I don't think we think of putting whiskers on dogs as often. And like something that feels like whiskers in here might help you to read as more of a cat than a wolf. Cattail sometimes helps differentiate. Yeah, but Maine Coons do have tails that are like this, essentially. This is a Maine Coon tail. Whiskers for the choker. That could be interesting if the choker had something stylistically on it that's like either like a very cartoony typical cat whisker or something similar. Although I guess they could be white. The choker's black, so I was making them black, but maybe that wouldn't be the worst. That is also implying more fur around the head too. Whisker hair clips. Oh, that's true. Why didn't I think of that? I love doing that, where people will have like hair clips that are worn like this almost, essentially, around the face. Wait. And like, they don't have to be like perfectly whiskery. Like maybe you have one that overlaps and then there's like one that's like that and then one that's like that and then maybe one like that and one like that or something. Hang on, maybe the center ones need to be the X if I'm going to do that. Oh, we've been raided! Hi! Hi, Narmaid! How are you? Welcome in! Hey, shrewmates, you know the drill. Rotate at them. Make them dizzy. Hi, I'm E.G. I'm a freelance artist Fungi. I'm also an art educator. We're doing Vtuber design critiques today. We're on our last one for the day, potentially. We are looking at a Maine Coon cat, who is a big titty goth GF, apparently, named Lucy. So we're trying to make her feel a little bit more cat-like right now in our edits. These might be too thick. We were trying to do some like hair clippies that look like whiskers, perhaps. Maybe I'm just doing too much. Maybe we just need to go like that, and then these are the hair clips. And we don't overcomplicate it. There we go. Like that, perhaps. Cool. Love the colors. Yeah! Thanks! I say thanks as if I picked the colors. I have just been doing a little bit of editing on top of this design around the head area. We're detailing a little bit. Yeah. But thank you bots for getting the shout out. I was too slow. I didn't check. What were you doing? What were you up to on stream? What were you doing? I hope you had a good stream. I'm sorry I've become a volleyball. This is how we warmly welcome guests, though, often. But I can't see you right now. Playing Power World? Oh, I have been so interested by Power World. I am not the biggest gamer out there, but like I love like kind of like explore, sandboxy, build a base, hang out with cute creatures, like types of games. So I feel like it's right up my alley, but it's a time sink. And there's so many games that I don't end up playing just because I can't validate the time for them. So I hope you had fun with it. I'm living vicariously through everyone. I'm living vicariously through so many people as they play it. So I hope you enjoyed. If you and your fellas need to do things like eat or maybe drink or maybe snort me, go for it. Please take care of your health. If you'd like to stick around and hang out, you are always welcome to do so, though. We would love to have you. I love it, and yeah, it's a lot of time crafting. Yeah, I know there's like AFK things with it too, where like your pals can die when you're away, which is disturbing and scary to me. I know there's ways to avoid it, but like just that as an element is already scary to me. You know? Can speed up leveling and work speeds now, at least in Power World. Oh, that's kind of nice if you don't want to have to like wait forever for certain things. That could be cool. My brain is like processing things right now. I'm gonna make a suggestion that is gonna sound crazy, that is not something I usually say to do, but in the Google search I found for Maine Coons, especially the Maine Coons that have dark hair, I'm seeing that they almost universally, at least in the search results, have gold-ish orange eyes. Normally, this is my pet peeve, but gold is a very prominent eye color for cats. One of my cats had gold eyes. So I feel like that would also feel more cat-like and perhaps more aligned with this particular breed also, you know? You get notified if your bases are being raided, and typically they wait until you teleport back to base to do raids. Oh, that's nice. It seems like there's some good quality of life things in that game, which is good. Maybe I will try it out someday, in fact. Perhaps, you know? I can give it a try. What EG wants gold eyes for pale skin? Blasphemous. But notice how I haven't made them that pale. They still end up standing out on the face, and I would say they stand out a little bit more than they did prior. They were very gray before. Now we're getting away from black, white, a color of metal a little bit too. I'm gonna get rid of the ones on the whiskers that are on the necklace because I feel a little bit strange right now. I think the ones on the hair, however, the clips are helping a lot. You can edit your world rules to speed things up and such. Do they have an ability to toggle it so that your pals can't die when you're not there? Because that would save me from fear. Because, like, I don't want time to continue when I'm not in the world. Because I am somebody who is very liable to not log in for weeks and weeks and weeks and weeks and weeks sometimes. It's just how I am as a person. It'd be a nice quality of life just for me. It's not like I'm hosting a server for others to be in either. It'd just be me playing, you know? But anyways, yeah, I gotta focus on this because I only have 20 minutes to finish my critique and we only just started. They're only in effect when you're online if you're solo. Oh, perfect. Perfect. Thank you, perfect. Great to know. Thank you for appearing and giving me lots of information about Palworld. I do hope you've been enjoying it though. I hope your base building has been going well. I hope your pals are fun and cute and cool, and I hope you did great in your raids. If you're alone, world time doesn't move unless you're logged in. So it's like Minecraft then. Minecraft and servers, time moves even when you're not there, but when you're solo, it only moves when you are there. Makes sense. I think we need more fluff, maybe on the arms. Okay, so further notes for this design. So tail, nice and big and fluffy. Ruruku's saying that the tail should be the whole length of the body, so the tail may actually even want to be longer than this. And maybe we can see the tail like sitting like off to the side of the body over here on one side. If we make it super duper long, and then that's a nice little asymmetrical element too. And maybe that'll feel a little bit more Maine Coon-like also. Put a comparison between Maine Coon and Norwegian Forest Cat in live suggestions. Let's see. Oh, okay. Norwegian Forest Cats have such a big neck. Look at their big fluffy necks. La, 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 la. They're both just very cute fluffy guys though. I love a big fluffy cat. I know that they're impractical to have in a house, especially when you have allergies, but they're so cute. Tail could have some red to match with the hair. That's true. I may have to be specific about how I add it to the hair or to the tail so that way it doesn't feel like a raccoon. But maybe you could have like some red stripes. Although, you know what's funny? Doing this is gonna make it feel even more emo aligned because, you know, all the people who wore those like tails as a part of their outfit that were like rather emo-ish. I feel like we're accidentally turning you more like 2010s scene than goth GF with the streaks, but not the worst. Not the worst. Earlier question got kind of drowned out and attempting again. Is there any notable news regarding Clown Miku with Yam? Will it occur this summer or later? Is Shroom State Minecraft server still on ice because of your PC? So question one, Clown Miku with Yam. I would be so honest with you, it just got away from both of us, I imagine. Yam has been very busy. Yam is running a music organization that is kind of like an orchestra almost, and Yam is also a VTuber manager, so Yam has been quite busy. I was also quite busy with my vacations and summer EG. So we just, we talked about it, and then we did not manage to come up with a theme, and then I think we just both completely forgot about it. But yeah, Yam just had a concert. Yam has been crazy busy. However busy I think I am, I don't think even compares to how busy Yam has been. Yam is always working on something, so we may bring Clown Miku back at some point, but it just slipped our minds this summer. We've just had too much going on. Secondarily, Minecraft server, we did talk about it at the beginning of stream. It is on ice until I can replace my CPU, because my CPU is dying and I can't let it just be on all the time, because that is just clocking hours. But I need to not be clocking so many hours because it's just old. It's not like it's like broken. I think it's just reaching the end of its like lifetime essentially, because it is a 7-year-old CPU. I've been using it for 7 years. I use it almost 8 hours a day, almost every day, and I've done that for almost all of those 7-ish years. And it wasn't a brand new CPU when I got it, and it was not even like a recent model. I think it's like a 2017 or 2016 CPU. So like it's just time. It's just time. Yeah. 7 years of Blender stress. Exactly. Yes. 7 years of me doing terrible, horrible, evil renders on my computer. So, okay. Focusing though, because we don't have a ton of time left here. But, for clothing, I imagine because you are trying to be reminiscent of that big titty goth GF meme, you're going for what is somewhat of like the middle of the road baseline goth attire. However, I feel like there's a missed opportunity. I feel like you could have a much more unique goth outfit than this. Goth outfits don't have to be completely 100% black. Crazy. You can have a little color sometimes. Or you can have different undertones or asymmetry or layers and things like that. And I think those things would benefit you a good bit in the design. So I'm suggesting fashion research. We can go gothier. I'm gonna pull up my goth, Pinterest board and see if I have anything worthwhile in there. I don't think I've done a lot for my goth Pinterest board. And a lot of my goth elements that I have saved may or may not be goth, and I think they trend a little bit more towards like Victorian style goth. Although, wait, there is one outfit here that may already be a good contender. I'm just screenshotting the pages so you can see them. These are just random interesting things I've found. A long jacket with some fur on the ends of the sleeves and like a fur collar might be nice. I actually have a couple of those saved. Let me just paste a couple more of these in here. Oh, and I've got a lot of really specific shoes too that I could draw from if need be. Oh man, I feel like that wouldn't be something you would go for, but you could do like trad goth makeup also. And a lot of trad goth makeup will have like miscellaneous like pattern work around the face, and maybe that could be reminiscent of the cat patterns also. Maybe. But here, look, let's just look through some of these elements I have in here. This is what I was thinking about as far as like goth makeup goes. If your face was really pale and you had some like dark elements, you could put them around like the forehead and like upper cheek region in a way that feels like the facial patterns of the cat, which might be nice. That could be cool, that could work. Strip the laces down both sides of Chef's Kiss. There's a lot of miscellaneously interesting stuff here. This I don't know if is really all that traditionally goth, but having something that's off one shoulder may not be a bad idea. There are a couple other things I saw that might be helpful. A lot of goth style sleeves are narrow at the elbow and then they get really long and drapey at the ends, and that could be beneficial to you for silhouette. This thing I think is very interesting. It's a very strange shape, but it could be fun. Where was I looking at? Oh, jackets. Like this, where it's got a big fur collar, and then maybe it's like a cropped jacket or something, and then you have fur around the sleeves again. Then we're leaning more into the Maine Coon fluffiness aspect again. Also, here's a bunch of shoes. These I think are more like gothic Lolita style shoes maybe, but they are just like chunky platformy boots, which might be fun to incorporate somewhere somehow. This is kind of crazy as an outfit, but big giant buckle around the waist. You could leave this jacket a little bit more open to show off the girls, as we may call them. to complete the statement, but tight jacket, giant collar, giant fluffy sleeve, sheer tights. I feel like this is like the blueprint for an interesting outfit that might relate well to your theme. Just in and of itself. Oh, this is kind of interesting. Is that what you were talking about too? Killer weight? Yeah, the visual weight is all in the upper body here. There's some really cool clothing out there in the world. Oh, those are just like miscellaneous hip flounces, tights that are really tattered and falling apart. This being laced up the sides is kind of interesting. But I would just suggest to you to do a little bit more fashion research. I feel like you can pick some more specific garments that would benefit you for recognizability's sake. And there are ways you can add just a little bit of color to them. So if we're looking through some of the stuff I have here, there's like blues in some of these. There's a little bit of red sometimes peeking out around the edges of elements. Sometimes there's mixed metals. We'll have silvers and golds, perhaps. Blue undertone for some of the black elements. Even brown sometimes shows up depending on what style of goth it is. Don't be afraid of some color. Lava, thank you for following. I appreciate it. Industrial goth femme fatale. Yeah! Yeah. So don't be afraid of a little color, because your black that you've used here is flat black. There is no color undertone to it, which is causing this black to not be very activated visually. You could have a black with a subtle blue undertone, or brown undertone, or green, or purple, or really anything you want. I feel like a brown undertone might be kind of nice because it would go well with the reds. Let me just grab something like that. I'm gonna grab brown. Brown is kind of just orange, isn't it? And I'm gonna turn that down. We don't need to be that intense. But even if I just do a little bit of that, it ends up activating that area of the design a little bit more. So then this is not the same exact undertone as your hair is. Maybe it'd be better if your hair was what had the brown undertone to it, because your hair will then feel like cat fur, maybe a little more. And then maybe you get like a cooler, bluer undertone for your dress or something. Or like maybe your stockings are a little bit more brown in undertone because they're translucent and we're getting the warmth of your skin coming through them just a little bit more. We don't have to do anything crazy, but just a little bit of color can really go a long way, you know? For the t-shirt, the music matters in goth. That's true too. Whatever your music choice is in goth is important. I watched one of those like pop the balloon things where it was like goth themed, and the number one reason why the goth baddies were popping the balloon on some of the lads that had shown up was because they were citing a band that the girls were like, that's not goth music. That doesn't fit the vibe. That's not it. That's not it. My Chemical Romance, classic emo. I'm sure there's goths that like it, but I would say that's not as goth music-y as you could go. There's probably better band choices if you're trying to attract a crowd that is interested in goth things. But blue and brown, activating it now. Maybe your ears could be blue instead of brown, and maybe the tail gets to be blue so that way we can see it against your leggings a little better. Something like that. Bam. Something like that. All I know about the goth GF show thing is that one goth girl who brought out a super expensive train model. Was that the goth one? What? I think she may have been goth, but I don't know if that was a goth themed one. The one I saw was a bunch of goth girls where it was a goth guy who was coming in to try and, I guess, woo them. But maybe that was the same thing. I don't know. I don't tend to watch a ton of those, but they're out there. If you want to go more emo, it could also work, even though it's not exactly the meme. Yeah, for the sake of the meme, stay goth. But, pick more specific clothing pieces. Honestly, I feel like this particular reference might be golden for you. As a tip, blue tints near the bottom of the design, warmer towards the top. Yep, you could go with that also. But some sort of furry, like jacket collar, whoops, hang on. That's like really big and exaggerated up here, and then you get those like really like squared off bits of fur at the bottom of the sleeve. There we go. A lot of the times with fashion, the power is all in the layering, essentially. And like maybe your chest is mostly showing. I've seen a lot of VTuber designs that put the jacket behind the chest, and that's one of those things that I'm not always willing to suspend my disbelief of. But for your sake, since it's important to your concept, I will perhaps permit it. There we go. Big, dark, kind of squared off, furry collar, and then just black sleeves, essentially. Although I may need a different black than what your chest is, where I just need to shade it a little bit around here. So we can see where it is. But the contrast with leaving the sleeves really tight seems to be pretty nice. There we go, and then just like darker value in here so we can see where the edge of that is a little better. Could flare this out just a little bit more at the edge. Erase that. I think I flared that a little too much on that side. Like, I feel like that's already giving more Maine Coon, and it feels like a more specific goth style dress. And if we're gonna go this dark with the fur somewhere, your boots already have that super dark value. Could have more super black in your ears, your tail could have that, because I see a lot of the Maine Coon cats have tails that like gradient to almost like full black, essentially. Some are distributing that black value more throughout. Yeah! There's the big fully ruffs Maine Coons have around the neck area too. We were already trying to do that with the hair, but I guess we could do more of that with the collar, especially if the collar is widest sort of at the middle point here instead of being so square. There we go. It feels like I've accidentally given you more fur right there. Hang on. And then you could just use shading essentially to clarify where those edges are in that region. I resemble that outfit circa 20 or 2005. Hell yeah. So that means it works. But already, I feel like that adds a lot. This is taking you out of feeling so emo also. This feels a lot more distinctly goth to me. Also, almost looks like a stereotypical Russian femme fatale with the jacket, which also slaps. That's also a hell yeah moment in the design. I feel like that's something that would also have the type of allure that it feels like you're going for with this design. So, generally, more cat-like elements, more specificity for the goth-like elements. Honestly, you could probably have it be like a crop jacket too that's like back here we can see like the edge of it if it's not going to be like a full jacket essentially. Oh, it looks a little bit weird the way I've tried to draw it there. Right now it just looks like sleeves on your shirt, but maybe that's not bad. Maybe this is just like your shirt that has this on the collar essentially. And that's that. Or a crop jacket or layers or something, but you need some sort of layer, something to make you more specific. And then a similar critique that I gave earlier is that a lot of your values end up very close to black, your hair especially. And you do have some nice highlights, but it makes it feel like your hair doesn't have a lot of room for shading in it. So if it felt like the mid-tone of your hair was a brighter color, that would probably help also. So let me just come up here and expand some of this. I don't know if it needs to be quite this bright, but I'm just gonna add a little bit more of lighter values, like maybe in here. Maybe part of the issue I'm having is also just value similarity with the background. But then if I were to blend this in, oops, like here I can use it to differentiate the front of the head from the ear. Blur. There we go. That was a very vampire-like noise I just made. I went blur, 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 blur. Could add whiskers to the collar fluff also. Oh, that'd be funny. If you just had like two... Where even did I draw that? It's all over the place. If you had just like a couple like little long bits coming out from under here. Nope. Hello? Why are my drawing utensils not working? Excuse me. There we go. Too thick. That could be interesting. That adds to silhouette also, maybe. Classic vampire noise, blurp. Well, they do the blah 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 like kind of thing. You know, the blah. That's like a not Castlevania, a Hotel Transylvania noise, right? Could always add air vents. You could add air vents. I'm just trying to add a little bit more clarity around the head, and then we could push some of the highlights brighter in here too. I'm using a really small brush and it's not helpful. There we go. Brighter highlights. Maybe you get like a brighter highlight up here or something, or like out here along those edges. But that's just gonna help your hair to have more dimension and depth. And then similarly, you could probably just make the area under here darker, because you wouldn't have highlights underneath your bangs anyway. So that has better clarity. It's reading a little bit better from a distance. It feels like we're getting some lighting on you. Yeah. Blah, blah, blah. Blah, blah, blah. That's e.g. when they become vampire. I have sharp teeth, but not those kind of sharp teeth. I do not want for blood. Mushrooms don't feed on that. At least I don't. Not me. Not I. I would never. Also, I don't have any closed captions right now. Hi! Hello? Echo, 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 echo. Excuse me, where are my captions? Jerk. Give me my captions back. Need you confirm not a carrion shroom? Yeah! I don't have blood. I mean, I don't have blood, but I don't want blood. If I go here, I can make them work again. There we go. I can force it. How long has it been like that? I don't know. I didn't notice. I just noticed. But now it's back. I know how to fix it. There's like a little button I can hit and it makes them come back. But anyways. Exaggeration, layering, cat-like elements. So. For concept, I think the main coon element is definitely not clear enough, and we could lean into more elements of goth fashion than we are right now, but I can see the basis of it. I can see the basis of cat, I can see the basis of goth. It's not a lost cause. But I want more. Give me more. Tell me more, tell me more. I don't actually know the words to that song. Color palette. I think you need to have a greater variety of undertones here, and that your eyes would definitely benefit from being a different color, because that'll help to make you feel less monochromatic. It feels more visually engaging, more visually interesting to have a greater variety of undertones. There's also some clarity things coming from your hair color being so close to black, and I did lose your tail against your legs a little bit, so we've made that less of an issue through the color undertones more. I can only think of the crude meme variant of that song. Are you talking about the one that is what's his name? Samuel L. Jackson? Is that what you're thinking of, Amber? Because that's also why I couldn't think of the real words. I was like, nope, I can't say that anyway. Yeah, yep, okay. Tell me more, does he look like a... anyways. Silhouette! We need more for the silhouette. Maine Coons are so fluffy! They're so fluffy! Give me fluff around your collar, make your ears bigger and fluffier, make your tail longer. Those elements will help a lot, because otherwise you were perfectly symmetrical in silhouette and not at all exaggerated in silhouette. So, more, please. For complexity versus clarity, I think that your outfit was a little bit on the generic side, unfortunately, and maybe that was your intention from trying to be that meme's big titty goth GF. However, as a VTuber, you have the unique opportunity to do whatever the hell you want with your outfit. And I don't think anyone would dispute the fact that you are still filling that role in this design here with the edits I've made. More layers, more specific elements, more in general. Focal point, I think the focal point was the thing that was working the best though in the design before I made any edits. Your hair being red and also the only red element in your design did make your head focal. I know the shroommates may dispute me for this, but if you weren't on a red background, I think your head would be a lot more focal than it is on this red background, because even if we look at your other versions over here with the alternate hairstyle, the red just gets lost into the background. If you were on a neutral background or just something that's not red, the head would have been totally just a-okay in its focal level of focalness and its focal point ability, its ability to be focal. Good English language, great. I'm really good at composing sentences. Sometimes I feel like when I'm live, I will just say things that don't amount to any kind of full sentence and they just meander through words. And the meaning still ends up clear enough, but I feel like I sound like a goofball. I promise I can be eloquent with my language, but man, I just like start sentences that go everywhere and don't end up anywhere as a result. Such is the nature of streaming. I guess such is the nature of talking for 4 hours straight, not from a specific lesson plan. I'm like doing public speaking at length without a practiced or prepared in advance script. Yeah, what are you gonna do? Anyways, grade 1, 2, 3, 4, 6 out of 10. I think that's fair for this design. I think that that's a funny concept. Hang on. I think it's a funny concept, and I would love to see you flesh it out more. But I think you've got a basis here. I think you've got a basis. Develop on it a little more. Iterate on it a little more. But good luck out there. Thank you for submitting. True mates, can we get a round of applause, please, for Lucy? Thank you for submitting your design for critique. Oh, my shirt. Come on, don't do that. Thank you. Let me save this. And then let me count how many we did today, because I think it was only 5. Whoops. Happens sometimes. You know, we hadn't done it in a while. I had to get back into the swing of things. I'm sure you'll cut me just like a little slack, you know? I'm a big fan of this design. Right, it is cute. I think it's got a lot of, it's got potential. It's got the potential. And I want to pull out as much of that potential as I can. This is a slightly weird hand gesture. How many designs did we critique? Was it in fact 5? 1, 2, doesn't count, 3, 4, 5. 5 if you want to count the fact that we looked at Mikara for 2 seconds, but, or that would be 6. Otherwise, 5. Which I think is what YouTube thought it would be. So, you guys are right, I'll give it to you. Fine. 5 was my average for a while. Wow! You guys had a lot of faith in me. People really thought I'd do 6 or of them. But alas, I did not. Enjoy your streamy redistribution of wealth. I have been doing better with doing, or getting through a higher number of them per stream. So, I mean, it's not like you were off base with your guesses of bigger numbers. I'm sure maybe next Monday I'll do even more. Yeah. But anyways, thank you all for joining me today. Let me save and close this, and we will stare at this for a second while I wrap up. Hey, do you have a question? Are you able to look up designs to delete? Like, I submitted my old design before I rebranded. Often, when I am doing my search, I will delete some rebranded ones. We have critiqued a couple designs for rebranded fellas, but if you would like me to do that, I can just do it right now. Let's see. What name did you submit under previously? If you don't mind telling me while everyone can hear. Otherwise, I may not be able to have the time or wherewithal to do it. You could, Novelty the Clown. Okay. Let me... Do you care if people see the old design? Because that might be the only way I can confirm it's the correct one. Oh, it's loading. Oh, Lord, it's loading. The form takes increasingly longer to open every time I open it. Novelty the Clown. There's 2 different people named Novelty. There's one here. Let's see if this is the correct one. Okay, this is 866, which I imagine means that this is your updated design, right? This is probably the updated one? Both are probably me. Okay. Let me see the other one then. And I will delete that one. Yep, that's current. Okay, so close that. This, I think I have your previous one actually downloaded into my folder for clowns. Oh, okay, wait. You know what? I actually have both of your designs downloaded. I thought you were different people because it saved it as a different name. I'll just delete the old one. Thanks for letting me know. I will just remove that from the folder. Clown folder. But that actually means we have one less clown, which makes me 2 clowns away from doing a clown critique. Yeah. Yeah, I had both. Whoops. Bye-bye. Thank you. Yeah, no problem. Glad I could figure that out for ya. Glad I could help ya. But I think that'll about do it for me today. I have to go buy Shrinky Dinks. I have to go do that. Joby did make me aware of something that now is going to stress me out and haunt me. You all know what a Shrinky Dink is, right? You know what that is, right? Right. Just what? Permit me one, yeah. No? Do you know what Shrinky Dinks are? Yeah, yes, I know them. It's when you draw on plastic and you put it into a like some sort of oven, and then it shrinks them into a thicker piece of plastic, and it usually like condenses the marker drawing so that way it ends up with more opacity. People use them to make keychains a lot, or just to make like funny little bits for jewelry, which is cool. I've never made them before, and I really wanted to try making some because I think they're cute and fun. I wanted to make an EG one, and then I want to do a stream of making them so we can DIY our own EG merch. If we can't afford EG merch, because then everyone can have EG merch. But Joby has placed fear into my heart because apparently, you know, they're called Shrinky Dinks. Apparently that second word was a slur once upon a time. It was not a very nice word used against a certain group of people. In the modern day, it's not used in that context at all. It is mostly used to say, I'm playing basketball and it dinked off the rim or something. Joby mostly knows from Vietnam movies. The fact that none of you are familiar with this makes me less worried about it, because I was like, am I gonna say Shrinky Dink to people and they're gonna think I'm saying a bad word? Context is important, perhaps, but that'd be hand-drawn merch. I'm not drawing them for you. I'm teaching you guys how to make them for yourselves. So that way you guys can make your own EG merch. And I'll give you an image of me that I will permit you to like trace or something that I've drawn. So that way you can like put it on a monitor and trace it, or maybe print it out and trace it so you can make it yourself. So that everyone may have an EG. Language is weird? Yeah, okay, but the fact that a lot of us haven't heard about it being a bad word makes me reassured, because I was afraid I was going to talk about streaming doing that and people are going to be like, EG said a bad word, EG did an evil. Context! 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 Important. It's not even on Merriam-Webster. Okay, yeah. Remember it being a bad word, but like mostly fallen out or being reclaimed. Okay, nice. By the way, let Joby paint a tank on Friday. I've not been told to convince you. Joby can paint a tank on my stream at some point if they would like. Maybe we'll do a miniatures painting day one day too. But Friday we're doing art fight again. I don't know if Joby might join me. I don't know if Joby's joining me, but I'm doing art fight Friday. Yeah. Mostly they have is insult meaning nitwit, jerk, or nerd. Oh, okay, interesting. Interesting. Good to know. But this week's plans, just to go over them briefly, because Friday, relevant. Friday, final art fight attacks. I'm gonna do 2 more attacks on stream on Friday, with or without Joby. Unclear, but Joby might be with us. Wednesday, we are going to do something new, and it's something that I want to start doing to sort of break up our Wednesday streams. I want to add a new perpetual series, because 2 isn't enough. Actually, 3 isn't enough. The perpetual EG series are VTuber Design Critique Mondays, then Wednesdays end up alternating between being character design tier lists and also character design critiques. For a character designer, I like never actually design characters on stream, which is something Joby pointed out to me. I was like, that's actually crazy. I almost only do critique work. I don't actually design characters, which is kind of funny. So I'm not even gonna fully be designing characters, but I want to redesign some gacha game characters that have dealt psychic damage to me. And I think we're only going to aim to do maybe like 1 or 2 designs a stream, so that way we can really put some time and effort into making them more effective, making them less disturbing on my eyeballs. And we're gonna start this Wednesday, I think, with Genshin Impact. Maybe. Probably. I know there were at least 2 in Genshin Impact that harmed me psychologically, so we will work on that perhaps Wednesday. I'm looking forward to it. I haven't done a lot of designing on stream before, so it'd be good to do more of it. Pirate Kaya and Navia. I was thinking, yeah, Navia for sure. Navia for sure. Pirate Kaya, I kind of redesigned already, but I didn't redesign him. I just kind of edited him. Maybe I'll bring some options and then we'll pick. We can pick between them. I know people were recently very mad about 2 particular designs. There's like sort of like a clockwork woman who had a design that was like, she used to have like a long skirt and they removed that and people got real mad about it. And then there's another girl who lives in that ice region and they also made her skirt weird and short and people didn't like it. So maybe they'll be options also. We'll see. I'll come up with a list and then we're probably just gonna edit over their like models essentially. Because so that way I can just edit without having to spend all the time drawing a base for it, you know? Yeah. So we'll see, I'll give you a list. But yeah, Psychic Restoration! That's a good name for it. Yes. So we'll be doing that. I'm not gonna say that I'm fixing designs. I'm sort of just redesigning them, maybe. Redesign the redheaded lady with the awful white dress, even if Sound Like It's Mad. If we do Honkai Star Rail, I will consider putting Himiko in. Sandrone? Yes, I think Sandrone is the clockwork looking one. Perhaps, yeah. Yes, we will see. So that should be fun on Wednesday. So yay, new EG series, wahoo! Friday art fight, and that's it. EG using mass healing word. Yes, I will heal all of our psyches. By force, you don't get a choice. I also did not manage to get bingo, and that's fine. Happens. I was 1 off in 3 directions. What can you do? But anyways, why don't we raid? Did I catch you at the end? That's okay, don't worry about it. Crewmates arrive precisely when they intend to, even if it is the end. That's okay. It is 6 p.m. my quit time, and it is actually beyond 6 p.m. So let me find somebody to raid into. Thank you for hydration. I will drink my beverage as soon as I end, because if I drink now, I'll start talking again, and then I won't actually end stream. YouTube crewmates, thank you for hanging out with me. I will see you later. Thank you for being here. And I will see you on Wednesday, perhaps. Oh my gosh, our rotating rate has been updated with volleyballs. Yes! Yes! We are gonna rotate. We're gonna send volleyballs to everyone. Bye, YouTube shoemates! Bye!